Buenos días, señoras, señores. En 2 minutos dará comienzo la jornada en el auditorio. Muchas gracias.
Buenos días a todos, bienvenidos a la segunda y última sesión de esta 18ª edición de ENISE, que como saben lleva por
the 18th edition of ENISE, which has the name of Challenging the New Digital Era. I'm responsible of communication in INCIBE, and these days I am here as the master of conferences. Thanks for attending this meeting, and thanks for joining us for those who are following us by the streaming. We are exploring the world of cybersecurity, and we have lots of interesting sessions, and we want to share all of them with you and share the experience on how to face the future of the digital age. But before starting, we'll check how was yesterday. We will show a video for that. Sorry, you already saw that, watched that video, because I was at the backstage and I hadn't watched it. As you already saw the video, we'll start today's session. We'll now welcome the first speaker of the day with a presentation on the impulse of the culture of cybersecurity in citizenship and enterprises. To do so, we will have with us Alejandro Lacheras, delegate advisor of the Cybersecurity Agency of Madrid, Silvia Zanabre, head of the Technological Risk Group of Bank of Spain, María Piedad Álvarez, head of the unit of cybercrime of the National Police, and José Luis Berzales, vice president of the General Cybersecurity entity of the Digitalization and Intelligence Agency of the state. Good morning. I want to thank all the attendees in first place. Thanks for being here, and thanks for joining for those who are following in streaming. For me, it's a pleasure to be here in this new edition of ENISE. It's the 18th edition, and it's a pleasure to be in this wonderful city of León. I also want to thank INCIBE for the effort conferred to the organization of this event, which is enriching both for citizens and for enterprises. Raising awareness and developing a consolidated culture of cybersecurity is essential to protect ourselves facing the new risks and the continuous threats that to which we are exposed in our daily life. We have to understand that this responsibility is not something exclusive to IT specialists. It's not something exclusive to IT departments. It's a responsibility of the whole group of employees, of the whole society as well. We have to promote this culture, and this helps creating an awareness of the risks, but also of the responsibilities. It also implies challenges, important challenges. Throughout the panel, we'll deal with the answers we give to the question, are we communicating this cybersecurity culture? Are we using the appropriate vocabulary? In which way can we improve this culture? We have three panelists with us. They're experts in each them in their area, and we are dealing with complementary sectors. I wanted to say that promoting this cybersecurity culture is something multicultural and multi-directional. Our experts today work in areas that are completely complementary, and as we will see, that's what we need exactly. When we talk about promoting this cybersecurity culture, very frequently we understand that it implies training and it implies dealing with the digital divide. First of all, I will ask Alejandro to tell us within the public administration, which are the measures you're taking within the field of awareness raising, and maybe you can comment on success stories in the community of Madrid. Well, first of all, good morning. I want to thank INCIBE for being here and for letting me share this panel with the institutions. It's wonderful to be able to talk about this civil culture and the application to the area of institutions. As we've been telling, I am Chief Executive Officer of the Community of Madrid, and if we have to mention success stories within the government of Madrid, we've created a digitalization commission, because when we talk about the culture of cybersecurity, we have to talk about the digital world and check what has happened and how can we transform society. Of course, there are lots of ways of doing this transformation. And we should be doing it in the most sensitive way. That's the key. How do we want to create this cyber society of the future? From the side of citizenship, from a part or from the side of public companies, and also legal entities, both private and public. That's the idea. We want to entail a digital transformation, but we want it to be secure. We want it to be safe. That's where cyber safety appears. We have to deal not only with the utility of the digital transformation, but we have to check which are the warranties to do it in a proper way, to make things useful but at the same time safe. What are the initiatives we've launched in the Cybersecurity Agency itself is an answer to this challenge, and we have two parts. One part of accomplishment of compliance of the regulations of cybersecurity that are being dealt with during these days, and another part which is aimed at raising awareness on this culture of cybersecurity and launching different initiatives to feed this cybersecurity culture. And the government has to consider that everything starts from people, because people are involved. And then there are administration boards of administration, and people taking part on them have to be trained. But if we want to disseminate that culture, we have to start from the citizenship. And that's what and if you ask what are we doing and how we are training people, well, we are launching initiatives to train people so that they can take decisions on cybersecurity, both security for the information sharing, and in order to start speaking about security in all the areas. That's from the institutional point of view. From a closer point of view, we have a few campaigns to raise awareness in social networks, and we are speaking people's language because people are not interested in, well, of course, yeah, some explanations are needed, but people need to take awareness that digitalization is positive, but that there are risks. And in the same way, you take some measures when you leave home, you close well, you lock the key. The same happens with information shared in digital platforms. So we are one of the initiatives we are doing is to create an entity in a professional way to draft strategies and then to draft a message for each of the agents involved, for the government, for the administration, for the private companies, and for the citizenship. Well, this idea is interesting. When we talk about culture, normally the cybersecurity culture is associated to the improvement of the culture of the employee and the citizen. When it's not only that, we have to start from culture at boards of direction, such as the NIS2 directive has reflected. These boards of directors, these delegates need to be aware of the importance of cybersecurity. And secondly, even if we haven't mentioned that explicitly, a more informed citizenship is more resistant to attacks. And this can be understood as a second part of the sentence. A more informed citizenship is more free. Not only freedom is enlarged, but also security. Silvia, from the point of view of your institution, do you supervise this technological risk, or do you feel responsible of that part? From the point of view of financial institutions, there aren't so many areas as the financial sector in which cybersecurity becomes such an important item, because the first element is trust, and in this context of banking and financial institutions, this awareness of the cybersecurity culture is essential. Can you tell us what kind of initiatives are you drafting? Yeah, of course. We have been supervising the technological revolution at banks since 2007, so we have conferred its importance to this risk, not only to traditional risks, because banks have always been intensive in the use of technologies. So if we want to have an inclusive financial sector offering services to all citizens, we have to monitor this. If not, we lose trust. If things happen, if there are incidents, citizens lose trust on the sector, and that's not what we want. To tell it another way, we started generating cybersecurity culture at home. And this is important because at the beginning, it wasn't easy to break the barrier and start thinking on financial risks and start thinking on other risks that also needed our attention. That pushed us to find a common language and find other profiles, not only financial specialists, and looking for IT specialists and come closer to all other professionals. Our board of direction is aware of the importance and pushes and put us together. And then raising awareness within the entities that we monitor is essential. We have big, huge entities, but there are very small companies or very small entities that are under our umbrella that don't have the capacities to deal with this. Within the financial sector, the first article of the regulations is on duties, and it's the administration technicians who have to be aware and have to know and deal with the risk. So we have to start from top to down. And another part in which we have to work at banks, it's in generating trust from side of clients. Of course, banks suffer attacks and incidents, but it's clients who suffer the most from the risks and incidents, and that's what we are worried about. So we create training campaigns, and we know we have a generational challenge. We have different profiles of clients. The best examples is my mother, who is an 86-year-old woman who uses digital bank, and she's more vulnerable than my children, my son, for example. But they have the right to have access to digital financial services. So we have to deal with three areas: our own awareness, then the entities we monitor, and then the final clients. In the latest years, we are attending to an improvement with this culture, even if it's step by step, but there's a progress on that. Thanks, Piedad, for your view from the point of view of the financial sector. As Chief Commissioner, head of the Central Cybercrime Unit, I understand that you are not only suing crime, but you are also trying to prevent it. And in fact, that prevention has multiple layers and multiple roads. Yeah, from the national police, for the last years, apart from investigating, we are devoting lots of efforts to prevention. And a few years ago, the units of citizenship participation appeared, and their main function is to be in contact with schools, with the neighborhoods, and they know that we are there to provide support. In the field of cybercrime, we are at a global world in which criminals don't know from any borders. So the countries that are more capable of implementing practices protecting the citizens, they will go first, and those that are slower when applying this protection techniques will suffer most of the attacks. The thing is that attacks don't follow the same profile, and they don't have the same aims. We have organized crime that is looking for money, and adolescents that explore from their rooms because they have lots of free time, and they explore from their computers, and they find it's a game. They used to do it at the street before the technological revolution, and now they do it from their places. We are part of different working groups because teamwork is more productive. So we are working in the European Union, taking initiatives that worked in other countries. With Europol, we've designed a campaign through Google Ads, which is not addressed to the victims anymore, but to potential cybercriminals. This campaign consisted of people typing a few words to do a service, and Google showed the answers, and within the first links, one went directly to the police website. And the aim was to explain to that kid, because it's usually young people who are behind these attacks, that what they do, it's a crime. Because sometimes when they are involved in crimes, they think it's kind of hooliganism, and it's not. It's crime. So they need to know that. And this is one of the campaigns we are implementing, one of the most recent. Then within prevention, both in public and in the private sector, we have lots to say. We have to start working with schools. We need to explain the risks to kids, because we are at a generation in which kids are technological, and there are lots of kids suffering bullying at social networks, victims of sexual exploitation through digital platforms, and the best way to reach them is through schools. Another initiative that we've been working at is a book that was published together with the citizenship participation, and it was kind of a story to be told at schools and showing the risks that kids are exposed to. So education has to be dealt with from multiple points of views, because we have lots of different risks, and they have to be approached from the public, private sector, from schools, universities, and the media have a very important role as well. We know that people access information in very different ways today, and children get information through social networks, and we have to diversify our campaigns. I want to highlight the multi-direction, the multi-approach when dealing with cybersecurity culture, which is one of the keys. I also loved this program you mentioned to raise awareness among the possible future, the potential future hackers, so that we can prevent the actions that they are about to conduct, and to let them know that it's a crime, that they are an injury to the victims, and that they can be canalized in another direction. So I find it quite innovative, because we are not used to this active subject of the campaign. At this point, we can consider that we are dealing with different points of view of this culture. Of course, we could talk about this for hours. We could talk about the improvement and the promotion of this cybersecurity culture. And I want to thank each of the panelists for their contributions. for their visions, which are totally complementary. And what I take is that all agents need to work together because we need the contribution of all of them to keep promoting cooperation among the different layers of the field and to keep working for the improvement of education. We have mentioned that NISE 2 directive is promoting that duty that the big companies have to deal with this awareness that has to be disseminated top-down, starting from this board of direction, and that corporate culture has to be transferred top-down. Last but not least, I want to thank all the attendees for their attention, and we invite you to keep participating in the rest of the activities of today's event. Thanks a lot.
Let's continue. Next, we'll have a talk called Boosting Europe's Digital Future, Strengthening the Cybersecurity Market, Securing Digital Transformation. For this, we welcome Joanna Sviatkowska, Deputy Secretary General at European Cybersecurity Organization, EXO. The presentation will be entered by Carla Redondo Galvarriatu, General Secretary at INCIBE. Please join me in welcoming Joanna and Carla.
So, good morning, everyone. Buenos días a todos. I would like to welcome you to the 18th edition of ENISE. This is the international event for the meeting of ecosystems and all the industry of cybersecurity. Today, I have with me Joanna Sviatkowska, the Deputy Secretary General of EXO, who will be sharing and discussing this important topic today about the future of the European Union and Europe in the market of cybersecurity. So we will be talking about boosting Europe's digital future, strengthening the cybersecurity market, securing digital transformation. Because we all know that there is no secure and safe digital transformation if it's not accompanied by the cybersecurity. And also this topic is especially relevant nowadays, given the recent release of the Draghi report on European competitiveness, which highlights the need for action to close the gap between European cybersecurity, innovation, development, and research investments compared with other regions of the world, especially US and China. So our goal today is to explore how Europe can strengthen the cybersecurity market, foster the growth of companies, especially SMEs in cybersecurity, and ensure that we are not left behind in this global digital transformation race. We will also talk about the role of the European Cybersecurity Competence Center and the National Coordination Centers, which are key to develop mechanisms to foster this growth, especially the cascade fundings and other measures to help the SMEs and in general the companies to adapt also to a very evolving regulatory environment. So without further ado, Joanna, I would like to know your point of view, and we would like your knowledge and experience to explain us how does Europe compare in US and China in terms of cybersecurity, and in the light of the Draghi report, which measures do you think we need to develop to close this gap between us and them?
Yeah, thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a tremendous honor for me and for EXO to be here with you, and so thank you for the invitation and for allowing us to contribute to this important discussion. We were just talking with Carla just before the session that it's so nice and amazing to be in beautiful Spain, in León, and to be honest, I wish I would be in a position to provide you only with optimistic messages regarding cybersecurity market in Europe, but since we are referring a little bit to Mario Draghi's report, unfortunately I will have to start with rather gloomy conclusions that stem from the report. So just to share with you a couple of key conclusions from the report to set the stage for, let's say, more nuanced discussion on cybersecurity, because Mario Draghi's report concentrates on Europe's competitiveness at large. He looks into the market from the, I would say, strategic point of view. He doesn't say that much about cybersecurity, but I'm super happy to complement this discussion with the observations that we as EXO have exactly about European cybersecurity market. So just a few information and conclusions from Draghi's report. Unfortunately, it's very, very clear that Europe significantly lags behind the US, mainly the US, in terms of the innovation. According to the conclusions from this reading, apparently we are quite weak when it comes to the adaptation of emerging and advanced technologies. So what happens in Europe is that apparently we focus on the so-called mid-tier technologies, and that's a problem because with that we are talking about mature technologies, which means that it's quite difficult to have breakthrough advancements and, of course, let's say, play a higher role when it comes to the innovation and the market developments. And that translates into data. When you look at the numbers, out of 50 largest tech companies, global tech companies, only 4 are Europeans. When you look into investments and numbers behind it, it's also, I would say, quite pessimistic. According to the data, in 2021 only, R&D investments in Europe were 270 billion lower than in comparison to the US. So, of course, as you can imagine, that leads to, let's say, weaker position of Europe when it comes to the economic competition. Now, of course, as I say, this is a data about economy as such. At EXO, we try to track and understand cybersecurity market, and to some extent, what we observe in this specific segment corresponds with Mario Draghi's report. So apparently, again, we lag behind in comparison to the US when it comes to investments in cybersecurity. We assess that the gap is at the level of 4 billion euros, more or less. On top of that, what we observe in Europe is the fact that we are quite dominated by early stage funding. So basically, we are talking mainly about around A and lower financing. We really very rarely see investments in European startups at the level and Series B and even higher. So as you can imagine, that leads to significant issues, because if European companies want to grow, unfortunately, very often they go for capital, for funding to the US investors, and that leads very often to the relocation of the companies across the pond. Again, just to close with some interesting numbers, when in 2024 we were also looking into the mergers and acquisitions on the market, and again, out of 178 M&As that we observed, 23% of those were led by non-European investors, meaning that cybersecurity startups, again, in most of those cases, landed across the ocean. So I would say that unfortunately situation is not that optimistic, but I myself, I'm a very optimistic person, and I work for a European cybersecurity organization, so we try to also understand what can be done with this situation to improve our position. And there are at least several recommendations that I would like to propose. Starting with let's say, the most strategic one, I think that Europe truly lacks overarching European industrial cybersecurity policy. I think that we need to have better understanding on how to pull together resources that truly exist in Europe but are quite fragmented and unfortunately quite diluted. So we need to start thinking through the European prism and play on our strengths and support those innovator entities that exist on the market, and they just need to be supported with the significant financing. So at EXO, we also propose creation of the European Fund of Funds, concentrating on cybersecurity, that would unlock a potential of private and public investments. That's something that is currently being discussed with European Investment Fund. I hope that next year here at ENISE, I will be able to share some, let's say, more concluding information about the fund creation, because we do believe that that would change significantly situation on the market. Lastly, European cybersecurity market should be strengthened by investments, but we also believe that we need to start buying European products. If we want to help all those exhibitors that are here in Leon, if we want to help their business to thrive, I think that Europeans need to be the first clients of European solutions, including the public sector. So, just to open up this conversation with those few information.
No, that's a very interesting point of view, and 3 critical measures that we need to boost cybersecurity industry at the European global. I think ENISE is an example of some of the ideas you propose here, because we have the entrepreneurship program at INCIBE, and we also have the International Investment Forum here, bringing investors from abroad to invest in European companies. And actually, to build more products and services is key to foster competitiveness in the European Union. And INCIBE also is the NCC in this environment of the European Cybersecurity Center. So I would like to know which measures will the ECC develop in coordination with the national centers to boost this competitiveness in the cybersecurity market, especially the Cascade funding program.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you so much. So maybe for those of you that are not particularly familiar with, let's say, institutional setup when it comes to cybersecurity institutions, a few years ago there was an interesting development in this area, because European Union decided to create European Cybersecurity Competence Center. So that's ECCC, being based in Bucharest, in Romania, and that's an agency, an institution that has, in our view, a very unique potential and, let's say, role to finally bring together resources that exist across the Europe, and thanks to that, reinforce technological and industrial capabilities of Europe with all the fundings that they have at their disposal, Horizon program, but also Digital Europe program. We hope that finally we will have this body with the overarching, understanding of the situation in Europe that would be able to channel all those funds into making, significant improvements on the European cybersecurity market. But this central agency existing at the European level cannot work without national partners, agencies that function at the level of member states. So, for instance, Spanish NCCs will play a huge and significant role to facilitate what is happening here at the national level. And Carla, you mentioned cascade funding. In our view, this is a very unique and promising mechanism of the funds distribution, simply because it will allow players that understand local ecosystem to invest well into those solutions that can make the biggest difference on the market. So for us, we see them as something that is really missing right now in Europe, because cascading funding might might, hopefully, they will, provide more flexible way of distributing European funds. As you know, most likely, especially SMEs in Europe, they complain quite a lot about the bureaucratic mechanisms that come with the European funds. And let's be honest, SMEs are here to do business and not, spend tons of time on the bureaucratic and difficult processes. So with the cascading funding, we do believe that we will have more agile mechanisms, more flexible mechanisms, better tailored to the market, and enabling to sort of foster cooperation between different players from the ecosystem. So fingers crossed for NCCs to do quite a lot of good things with the new instruments.
Yeah, we will, for sure. And talking about the SMEs, we're talking that they need us as public institutions to facilitate their lives, to make it easier for them to get to the fundings, to the investment, and to develop to the big companies. So in this path, I think that the public sector and the government administration have the responsibility to accompany the companies. So what do you think about the public and private partnership as a key mechanism to boost competitiveness in cybersecurity?
Look, I come again from EXO. EXO is all about private-public cooperation. Just again, for your information, EXO was created together with and together with European Commission for the implementation of so-called private-public partnership in cybersecurity. So we know very, very well how important it is to build bridges between public and private side of the equation. And again, you can see the benefits and the, let's say, ways how this partnership can work on so many different levels. You mentioned regulations, right? I think that we will speak about it maybe later on a little bit more in depth, but when you are thinking about all those requirements that will very, very soon come upon European companies, if we want to make sure that our companies will play by those rules, they should be also supported by the public in making it easier and understandable in terms of understanding those requirements and actually implementing them. Private partnership can also be seen at the level of investments. As I mentioned, the idea of the creation of the European Cybersecurity Fund of Funds brings this promise of bringing together public and private capital, which is absolutely critical if we want to make significant difference regarding Europeans' competitiveness. Private-public partnership can also be linked with, let's say, more operational aspects. Right now, and again, I was just walking around the expo area, and I also see that in Spain, as well as in different parts of Europe, we are talking more and more about CTI information exchange between different entities. If you are thinking about meaningful mechanisms, again, private-public cooperation should be at some level unlocked. We need to start sharing information between different entities to be one step ahead of the difficulties and threats that we see on across the ecosystem. So, in a way, I do believe that this PPP cooperation might have different shades, different forms, but it's absolutely critical.
Sure. We think in INCIBE that it's key to accompany the companies in this path, and also to hear them, because they have their needs and maybe sometimes we are not aware of them. So it's really, really necessary to keep like a constant dialogue with them, to listen to them, to develop the proper programs. But sometimes they have these difficulties coming from the public institutions, such as you mentioned, the regulations. Now we have the NIS 2 coming into force, came into force the 17th, and now it's also the Cyber Resilience Act. So how are the companies, the SMEs, can face these new regulations better with the help of public institutions?
Yes, so again, I think that that's absolutely critical element and something that will dominate the upcoming discussion in Europe. Again, coming back to Draghi's report, that was another conclusion, quite visible. Apparently, everyone says that Europe tends to over-regulate different areas of the market, including cybersecurity. I mean, needless to tell you, all the details behind the tsunami of regulations that came into force very recently. You mentioned ENISE 2, you mentioned CRA, but it's also DORA. It's like a, just, so many different files, so many different regulations, and indeed most of them will impact not only the large players, they can survive with that, but also SMEs. And that is a significant challenge, obviously, and something that we need to meet and face together. And so currently at EXO, we are doing quite extensive analysis of the existing and upcoming regulations in the cybersecurity area to understand what is like the biggest difficulty, especially for SMEs, to meet them and to implement them. The point is that in January 2025, Poland will take over presidency in the European Union, and one of the priorities for the Polish presidency will be to look into potential hurdles, like difficulties stemming from regulations, and maybe propose certain solutions to alleviate the pain that is, especially visible when you think through the prism of SMEs obliged to implement those regulations. So, from the initial findings that we see, indeed what is truly missing in terms of proper implementation of the regulations is actually awareness of SMEs, what exactly needs to be done in order to meet the requirements. So there is a critical need for guidance, for pilot projects, for regulatory sandboxes, where SMEs can actually truly understand what stands behind all those, like a regulatory jargon being present in all those files. So we do believe that anything that helps SMEs to understand requirements would do a lot of good for the market. And again, I think that there is also room for certain improvements. Like, for instance, let me give you an example. DORA, ENISE 2, CRA, all of them will speak about incident reporting, about notifications towards respective authorities. In the worst case scenario, if you are unlucky and, for instance, you function in the financial industry, you might need to report incidents to around 10 different entities all across Europe. I'm talking, of course, about extreme cases, but those simulations go into this direction. So maybe there is a way to actually streamline the process and think about the solutions, maybe some kind of like centralized platforms where it would be, one-stop shop for meeting those types of obligations and not necessarily, put the entirety of the burden on those who need to meet the requirements. So I think that regulations are not bad per se, right? They exist for very good reasons, but I think that this is some kind of a task for the policy and decision makers to make sure that whatever you put on the market is working well and is digestible for those who will have to play by the rules.
Yeah, the policymakers also need to listen because the legislation needs to be practical.
Absolutely.
You can write anything on a paper, but then you have to put it into force and you have to make it. So you need to really think about what to wrote in these directives and acts. So we have run out of time, Joanna. It was really, really interesting this interview with you. Such many ideas and critical measures that we need to boost our market, cybersecurity market in Europe. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much also to you all. And seguir disfrutando ENISE.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Carla.
Es que...
Joanna and Carla, thank you so much, both of you. Sin duda ha sido una interesantísima conversación que les
I've heard a very interesting conversation that we have shared, both those who are here presentially and those who are connected online. Now we are going to introduce the next panel, Business Creation Trends Detected within the Cybersecurity Entrepreneurship Sector. And here we are going to talk about the development in our sector. We can enjoy from the company of many panelists: Stefan Maisons, who is CEO of Sherpa Tribe; Agustina Milanini, who is Innovation Manager in Tetuan Valley; Jaime Cabero, who is President from Mentor Day; Enrique Jaimez, who is General Manager for cluster from Zero Region ICT Cluster; and also Efren Miranda, who is the President of the Entrepreneurship Club. So,
Muy bien, Agustina. Muy buenos días a todos. Muy buenos días. En primer lugar, agradecerles que quieran compartir
Good morning. First of all, I want to thank you for sharing this time with us, talking about cybersecurity. I think it's one of the most actual subjects. I want to congratulate the organization for putting together so many professionals working in the field of cybersecurity. And I am going directly to the first question I want to launch, which is in the field of the boom of startups and the rise of the importance. My first question is from different entities when supporting entrepreneurs. How do you support them in this world in which there are more and more entities working in cybersecurity for startups? I see that Enrique wants to participate. That's great. And do you think this is related to a certain awareness in citizenship and in the world of small and medium-sized companies? Enrique, I give you the floor. Good morning. Thanks, INCIBE, for inviting me to be here with you this morning. Yeah, of course. I represent a technological cluster in Asturias. We are 125 companies in the area of IT and technology, with lots of companies with different services. And what we are watching, we have seen in the last years is that most of the companies are incorporating cybersecurity to their business. It was a few years ago, it was only some specialized companies which did so. But now, in other areas, there are cyber professionals who join companies. And this means that companies are investing in creating those units in their companies. Agustina, you wanted to add anything? Stefan? I agree with Enrique. I think there's an increase of the needs and the demand. According to our experience, we've started 3 years ago providing an entrepreneurship and cybersecurity system. We see that this is organic. Startups are getting used to this, and we also have a training program for women, and there are more and more women entrepreneurship women, and they are contributing to this, raising the demand. The market demands more and more this kind of service, and next year there will be a new law published so that all the suppliers and all the agents in the supply chain will be asked to have cybersecurity measures. That's an opportunity for startups to grow in the market. You introduce an interesting subject, which is women in the world of startups, and especially in startups about safety and cybersecurity. Stefan, you wanted to contribute to this? Yes, I think that this market has always been growing. If we look back at the history, 34 years ago, Nickel started with Panda Software in Bilbao. 24 years ago, Xavier started the Union Sec, and 20 years ago, a group of young people that were purchased by IT Deusto created OS Sim, which was later on Alien Ball. So the history of creation of cybersecurity companies in Spain has already been there, and that's a reality. Another reality I wanted to highlight is that apart from being working in the world of entrepreneurship, we work in education together with the Telefonica Foundation. We work in campuses where young people and older people also are following training programs on the cyber safety, and most of these students want to have unemployment within the world of cybersecurity or creating a project that will become startups working in the field of cybersecurity very soon. So what we need is references. We had Panda Software, Alien Ball. We used to have lots of these companies that are not Spanish anymore. They are American. Some are still European, as Union Sec, but we don't have enough reference. And in other countries such as Germany, France, or Italy, they have worldwide references which are stronger. They are powerful. So this is the challenge we have as a country, and also the opportunity we have to grow, because without references, it's difficult to find your way towards that growth within the industry. But after 18 editions of ENISE, we can be sure that cybersecurity is a must and a reality nowadays. Absolutely. And I really like the idea that we need references and that we need examples. That's where Mentor Days has lots to say, Jaime. And I've read a research on the needs of the cybersecurity entrepreneurships, and I will ask you about those needs on one side, and on the other side, I would like to check if we are covering those needs from the side of the companies working in the area. To give a global view, the growth of cybersecurity has arrived. All the startups among the startups historically, there were very few in the field of cybersecurity, and now lots of them are working in this area. I've made a research and I've asked the different companies what they need concerning cybersecurity, and I've checked which are the needs of the entrepreneurs of cybersecurity field compared to the rest of entrepreneurships. We all will think that the first thing they ask is funding, but no, the first thing they ask is contacts. Second, advertisement, visibility. Third, mentorship, a mentor to help them for a year. I wanted to say that we are 1,000 mentors, and we are an association, and we think that this is the path, because we need to listen to the needs of the entrepreneurships. They don't have different needs from any other area, but we could adjust to the needs and try to cover the problems of these entrepreneurs, because we are facing a great opportunity. It's not only an entrepreneur that thinks of a product, it's an entrepreneur that solves a problem, and this is a success story. We are dealing with a sector in which we sort out problems. We have institutions and different entities in the government that are facing those problems. And I have to say, welcome to all the entrepreneurs that are dealing with this and that are providing solutions. And we as entities, we are here to support them. Agustina, I think you wanted to intervene, but Jaime just said something that is true. Lots of investors ask from the entrepreneurship club, in my case, there are lots of investors that ask for projects to invest. And this is also interesting. I also want to thank the organization for this space, because it's an opportunity to cooperate among us. The research that we do is also interesting, and that's what we want to tell to the entrepreneurs. We are a community, and this is important because we have to understand that it has an impact on the communities. We are starting this community, and for me, contacts are essential. We have a Ketan Valley community, which is great, and contacts, of course, provide lots of added value. Networking is essential because it helps you feeling that there are other people supporting you exactly when you need the validation for your proposal or whatever you need as an entrepreneur. I think that another example is the fact that we are here and building a community and supporting entrepreneurs in the framework of a great initiative, helping the different agents in civil security. And I am talking about the project INCIBE Emprende, because it's at the base of this idea of creating synergies among different entities and providing support to all the entrepreneurs within the field of cybersecurity. It's true what Javier was saying concerning the idea that the startups, the common startups don't have different demands than cybersecurity startups. I would highlight a few differences. And one is the fact that the mix of cybersecurity is linked to the legal area and regulations. In other sectors, that's not that frequent. In e-commerce, for example, it can happen, but not in other areas. Especially in Europe, in the world of cybersecurity, regulations are before the growth of the market. And there's another aspect which is interesting both for investors and for the market, which is trust. Because this market needs the trust that we are building. It's difficult to create trust, but it's very easy to lose it. So that's one of the most difficult jobs we have, and one of the most difficult tasks for the entrepreneur, creating credibility and generating trust. Enrique from Trust Cluster Click in Asturias, what's the profile of entrepreneurs that ask for your support in the field of cybersecurity? Well, linking it with the previous question, another need of entrepreneurs in this area is talent. Talent for starting up a company, and we have lots of talent in Spain. However, it's an scarce talent. And things that we have two kinds of entrepreneurs with whom we work at our cluster. The IT professional who has knowledge and decides to start his own company, but he lacks the CEO. He has the technical knowledge, but he doesn't have the support. And the program Ciber Emprende is great because they don't know much about the world of businesses or companies, and we can provide lots of information and support them. This way we can help them get funds, getting funds. And then on the other side, we have the investor, because we find people that find this is a growing market, that this is interesting, and they want to invest, and they don't have technical knowledge. So it's very different because in the first group, they are technicians, they know they have the technical knowledge, and it's not easy to work to start a business. It's not simple to capture this kind of talent because it's usually young people who have nice jobs and they don't feel attracted to the world of businesses, and therefore we have to put together investors and business people with technicians and people who have the knowledge, and the support they need is different in the case of one and the others. This is interesting. I want to hear your view because one of the main worries for startups is talent. That's one of the main worries, how to get it, how to empower it, and how to retain it. So in this vein, I would like to listen to your views in the case of cybersecurity startups. Agustina, what I can add is that it's a very relevant problem, and we approach it from the training point of view. We organize different trainings, and it depends on the kind of startups we are dealing with. We have vertical startups, and I wouldn't say that talent is scarce. There's lots of talent, but there's lots of people who are afraid of starting a company. However, there's lots of people who are ready to generate this positive impact. There's lots of talent, and in this place, especially, we can find lots of talent. So I will encourage you to let us know in case you have an idea, a project that you want to validate it. That's what we do at the Startups Ideas. We try to scale from an idea to generation of a business, to look for a CTO, provide support and create connections. And when the project is a little bit organized, we can start working. It's important to take into account the culture or the working culture of a startup, because when finding someone to work with, we have to check if they share your values and your business culture. Yeah, that's essential. In the case of talent, it's true that there's lots of talents, but maybe we should classify it in three big families. The technical talent is a growing talent. It's increasingly growing at universities, schools, and there's more and more training and attention to technical talent. There's a second kind of talent, which is the legal talent, which is very important, as well as we talk about linguists and their role in AI. in the world of cybersecurity, lawyers and people coming from the juridical area have an important role. And this is even more important considering that cybersecurity comes together with regulations and laws. And the third group is the group of talent such as the one of schools as Lane in Aragon, who support entrepreneurship and talent in entrepreneurship, because this is another need existing, another existing need. We have to mix these three talents to find new opportunities. The program at INCIBE, as it has just been mentioned, thanks to mentoring and so on, is aimed exactly at putting together these different talents and completing teams with, in the case of people that don't have the entrepreneurship talent, but they have good ideas. And this culture has to be generated from a very short age. We have to highlight the feminine talent, which is very much highlighted in the STEM world. And we need to keep working on it from an early age so that we have the talent we need. Jaime, from Mentor Day, what do you think? Is there enough talent or not? Yeah, but we have to look for the appropriate promoting team, and it must have three pillars. One is management of the company, then the technical part, the people who has knowledge on cybersecurity, and the third pillar that we haven't mentioned until now, it's sales, business people, the client approach. When you get to approach the client, love the client, and give a service to the client, project works. There are people designing great products and they are in love with their product, but the product doesn't come out to the market. So it's important to complement these different kinds of talents. So I'm sure that there are lots of sales people in the room that have no idea about cybersecurity. Maybe joining the technical talents, they will have the opportunity. They will find the opportunity of starting up a company. I find lots of people that are in love with their products, that they are improving the functions, the applications of their products. But when you ask about their clients, who they are visiting, who are their clients, what the profile, they say, we haven't visited them, we don't know, they will come. And that's not the way. You have to come closer to the client and go talk to them from the very first moment. That's the basics of success. You have to come and look for the clients and tell them about your product. And then what we try to promote is this contact with the client, trying to solve the client's problem. And that's how we do. We try to adapt and try to improve and complement talents of each other. And there's nobody with the three pillars. So it's very difficult to be a good businessman, a good technician, and a good manager. And I come from Bilbao. I try to do my best, but it's complicated. Yeah, of course, it's complicated when we try to specialize in one area. In many cases, in the field of cybersecurity, we find lots of technicians who are really good. They are top at a specific field, but when we want to go further and start our own business, even if we are specialized in a very specific area, we don't know how to become managers or financial directors or administration leaders. And that's what we try to cover from our entities. We have to cover those areas in which our talented professionals find gaps. So that's what I wanted to ask in the next question. What are the needs you need to cover in the area of management? What do you find in the real world? I agree on the paralysis for analysis. There are lots of startups that have analyzed the market. They have come out with a very interesting product, and they don't have the capacity of coming out to the market and validating it with real clients. In terms of management, at the very first moment, is important to do everything, have different roles at your company because resources are limited, and most of entrepreneurs don't have 100% of their time devoted to the project. There are lots of people that don't have that resource to be independent and to validate the project and having it come to the market. And from that idea, our aim is to help them and cover those management needs. The mentor and the advisor also, because in the entrepreneurship program, one of the services we provide is this figure of the expert advisors. Because I might have an idea project, but I don't know the regulations or the legal part that I must know to start my project. So for new projects and for projects that are at the next stage, it's important to provide this advisorship. And later on, we can talk on tools. There are lots of management tools to make processes or procedures automatic. AI is used in every field nowadays, and it's essential to grow quicker. I cannot share more ideas, but maybe we can leave them for later. Yeah, you've talked about tools, about mentorship. That's basic for entrepreneurship, and this is something that could be used in no matter which field of entrepreneurship. Stefan, you have the floor. Yeah, you've mentioned needs. And one of the mistakes when starting up a project is thinking or making the list of the needs I have when starting my business. Maybe we should start from a movement existing for more than 25 years, which is the limiting what I have. It's opening the fridge and deciding what I can cook with what I have. That's the path also for entrepreneurship. When we start thinking where to find the support, there's of course INCIBE Emprende, but within the network, no matter how small it is, I am sure you can find lots of people that can become validators and supporters. Because nowadays, nobody can start a business alone. You need cooperation, you need co-creation tools, and that is where you start pulling resources and creating business. We cannot get stuck because I don't have the 3,000 euros I need to engage a new professional. So when there's a need, you inspire yourself, and that's where you find creativity and formulas. The same happens with education. When you give solutions to your kids, it's harder for them to be creative and to think of them themselves. That's what we are looking for. We are looking for interdependence and collaboration, which is the basis of the creation of any success success project, no matter if we are dealing with a business created hundreds of years ago or a new business. Yes, I wanted to mention the idiosyncrasy of this sector, because there are some specificities. I agree with Jaime and with Cristina with the idea that when an entrepreneur has technical part, they are always thinking on their products and thinking of adding AI. There's a case of an entrepreneurship that could not launch the product to the market because he was always improving it and looking for new applications. And when talking to clients, he always said, no, it's done, but I'm going to complement it with this new application. And well, we find these kind of entrepreneurs that are never happy with the outcome. And then there's the kind of entrepreneurships that don't sell, but they buy. When, for example, I need a website, I don't sell, I buy it. And entrepreneurs sometimes are waiting for clients to arrive because they know they have a very nice product and that this, they think that this business layer, this commercial layer is not needed. They are not used to drafting a commercial strategy, and they don't realize that clients won't come to your door if your product is not feasible. So you need to help them with that. This happens in our sector. This sector is used to selling and not to having people buying instead of selling. So this idea has to be taken into account when you want to help or provide support to this kind of entrepreneurs. Enrique, when you, I will be careful when going through this part of cybersecurity entrepreneurs, because they are always looking for clients. But yeah, you are true. The cybersecurity market is wide, is huge. We are talking about an exponential growth, and as entrepreneurs, we find constant threats. So these new initiatives are needed. And to close this panel, and before going to next roundtable, as technicians, I know we have those advisors and mentors and entrepreneurs, but I will ask you for a piece of advice that you find important for entrepreneurs in the field of cybersecurity. Couple of tips maximum, but very quick. You've heard about the digital kit as subsidies promoted by Spain for small and medium-sized companies. Most of the companies in Spain are SMEs, and when you analyze the investment of the digital kit, there was one part of image, web, social network, then another one was devoted to management of internal management organization, ERPs, and CRM, and then the other part is for SMEs. SMEs have asked that support for websites, very few for management, and even less to the support in the field of cyber. And that's an opportunity, is a business that is still to be exploited. And of course, the businesses need to enter the improvement of processes, but they have to move to cybersecurity as well. So we have to highlight it. important.
Desde luego que desde la administración hay un
From
montón
the
de ayudas. El Kit
point of view
Consulting, que
of
están ahora también
the
abierto
public
para
administration,
emprendedores,
there
es
are
una
lots of
oportunidad
subsidies.
de
Kit
oro para
Consulting is
contratar
also
servicios o para ir como
available for
servicio
entrepreneurs.
contratado de
It's
ciberseguridad.
great
Yo
because you
diría
can be advisor or
que,
receive
bueno, o sea, en
advices.
estos momentos hay un montón de ayudas, como son los mentores,
There are
como
other
decía
kind
Agustina, pero cuidado, porque un mentor no
support,
responde a
such as
preguntas, no resuelve dudas.
mentorship.
El mentor es el que hace
But
preguntas, el
mentor
que resuelve
is
dudas,
not
el
the one
que
who comes
resuelve temas
up
técnicos, se
with
llama experto,
solutions.
asesor, consultor,
Solutions come
y es otra
from
figura. En el
advisors,
programa de
from
Ciberemprende tenemos las
experts,
tutorías con
but
expertos, pero
mentors
que no tiene
are
nada
there
que
to
ver con
ask
un mentor.
questions.
Entonces, luego hay muchísimas ayudas y hay
So
que saber
there are lots of
utilizarlas cada una de ellas de forma adecuada.
subsidies, and we
El
need to
mentor,
learn
hemos
how
auditado
to
1000
use them
parejas y
in
reduce
the
a la mitad el
appropriate way.
fracaso de
With the
las
mentors,
startups a las que acompaña
we've
el mentor, ¿vale? O sea,
experienced that
es
we
un recurso
reduce
maravilloso,
to
pero
half
no sirve para
the
todo.
failure
El
of
mentor no sabe de
startups.
todo,
But
no es un experto y especialista.
mentorship
Para
is
eso
not
están
useful
los
in all
asesores y los
cases. It's
consultores.
not a
Tenemos que una
specialist.
herramienta que se llama
For
Mentor
that, we
Advisor,
have
¿vale? Que si vamos al
advisors
final del programa,
and
tenemos 7000 expertos
consultancy.
ordenados
We
por
have
su
another program
especialidad y
which
se
is
pueden
called
buscar por un montón
Advisor,
de
and
palabras
then you
claves. Es
can
como
look
LinkedIn
for
para emprendedores, ¿vale?
advisors
Y como de estas herramientas, creo que Fren tiene,
apply
ya
to
no,
different
algún día
fields.
nos debilitará desde el Club de Emprendimiento.
There are
Hay un montón
lots
de
of
herramientas
company
para ayudaros a
tools
emprender, a los que estáis
to
aquí y a los que estáis ayudando a los
help
emprendedores,
you
porque sepáis que no estáis solos,
when
que en
starting your
el que
company.
llevamos, yo llevo 30
We want
años
to let you
ayudando a
know that you are
emprendedores
not
y hay
alone.
muchísimas
I've
cosas que
been
están ya diseñadas
helping
y están en el
entrepreneurs
mercado
for 30
disponibles
years, and there
para
are
que sean
lots of
usadas de
things that
forma
have
adecuada.
already been
Y es
designed that
esta
are there
parte,
in
es
the
aquí todavía
market to
creo que
be
falta
used in the
un lugar
appropriate way.
donde esté todo
So
lo que tenemos para el
what
emprendedor
we lack
y que cada uno
is
pueda
a
elegir bien lo
window
que
to
necesita.
show all
Espera
the
pronto, espera pronto.
subsidies
Bien,
and all
bien.
the tools
Yo siempre
available
digo,
so that
yo siempre digo esto, creo
each
que es muy
entrepreneur can
importante
choose
que
what
los emprendedores lo tengan presente.
he or she
Nunca en
needs.
la historia de este país, en la
Something that
historia
it's
reciente, la historia que
important
conocemos los que estamos aquí
is
sentados,
that
nunca,
in
y
the
lo
history
comentábamos
of our
anteriormente,
country,
nunca jamás ha habido tantas iniciativas de
we
apoyo
have
al
never
emprendedor.
had
Es decir,
so
el
many
emprendedor
initiatives to
jamás ha estado
support
tan apoyado
entrepreneurship.
como a día de hoy. Y
Entrepreneurs
eso deben
were
aprovecharlo.
never
Por
as
supuestísimo que todavía
supported
queda
as
camino por
they are
recorrer, por
today. Of
supuestísimo. Eso no
course,
quiere
we
decir
have
que en el día
lots
de
of
hoy haya más ayudas
work
que
to
nunca, no
do.
quiere decir que ya
The
tienen todas las
fact
ayudas que necesitan,
of
ni muchísimo
having
menos.
access to
Queda un camino largo por
all
recorrer, pero les puedo
support
asegurar que por lo menos de los
doesn't
que estamos
mean
aquí
that
sentados,
support
porque lo
is enough.
comentábamos, y lo digo porque lo
But
comentamos anteriormente en el previo,
we've mentioned
nunca ha habido tantas
it
iniciativas
before,
de
sitting
apoyo a los
here
emprendedores,
before
así
coming
que
to the
deben
stage,
aprovecharlas.
that
Hemos hablado como
we've
pequeño
never
hit para
assisted
concluir
to
el
a
foco,
moment with
apoyo
so
a los
many
mentores.
subsidies and so
Agustina, ¿tú
many
qué
tools
crees? ¿Qué
for
tip le darías a los
entrepreneurs.
emprendedores?
Agustina, which is your tip for entrepreneurs? I think it's important to talk about cybersecurity. We sometimes we say that in in your area you always lack experience. We need to be aware that small and big companies attacks are increasingly sophisticated. And for a startup, it can it can cost it the survivance. So you have to take care of your digital information on your digital assets and be aware of the importance of starting strong, powerful and cyber secure. So what's your tip for entrepreneurs? What I will highlight is the importance of building trust, because that is main and most difficult added value. Also, what Enrique mentioned about listening to the market and giving answer to the market, not the other way around, because it won't work. And then third, I think we have to keep thinking that if in all fields we talk about innovation and being up to date, this is a must in our field. We have to be up to date and have the innovation at the core of our businesses. In 3 or 4 years, we'll be talking about quantum, so maybe it's important to know what's quantum, how it will affect our business, and how we will deal with that. So in the mind of the entrepreneur in this field, we have to take that into account. The benefit for attackers is better in our field than in any other industry. So we will become the focus of attacks. And that's why we need to come out with innovations all the time. And just to finish, when we think of cybersecurity for ourselves or for SMEs, it's important to think of an example. What about having a fireman to make sure that our house is not on fire? Should we have someone at our place, or do we trust what institutions offer? So the same happens with cybersecurity. We must be ready, and we have to provide protection from the institutional point of view so that we avoid people robbing what's important for us. Well, you nearly closed the panel because you presented the best of the definitions of cybersecurity. Thanks a lot for your contributions. It was really interesting. We've introduced some elements for thinking about entrepreneurship, but we have also opened questions and we've given advice. It was really interesting. Thanks, Agustina. Thanks, Jaime. Thanks, Stefan, for your contributions.
Pasamos ahora a uno de los momentos más emotivos y más bonitos de todo el programa.
We are going to get to one of the most emotional moments of this edition. Our General Director, Felix Barrio, is going to hand certain recognition to the General Directorate of Armament and Material due to their big contribution in the sector of defense for the development of cybersecurity. Anicito Rosique Nieto, who is the General Director of the General Directorate of Armament and Material, is going to collect this prize.
Buenos días.
Good morning to everyone.
ENISE
is our meeting point for the professional sector of cybersecurity in Spain. We were saying yesterday that very few professional sectors are so engaged with the security and global peace with the citizens as the sector of cybersecurity. But we are not the only ones. And we have mentors through whom we have managed to integrate this feeling of responsibility in the face of global threats. These mentors are our colleagues of the armed forces. So this is a recognition for them, but it is also a recognition to the extraordinary human teams that have been building strategy for the development of industry and who are giving us something that is very relevant today, which is a certain synergy between the sector of the industry and in the civil society and the armament industry, because defense is relevant, is a crucial topic for global security. The recognition is for the Secretary of State Defense. It is also for the General Directorate of Armament. It is also for the General Campo, with a new position as a cabinet director with the secretary, to Oscar Jimenez, who is responsible of the innovation sector and is the face of many men and women who have been working really hard to carry out this innovation program that has allowed us to carry out the leadership in national and international programs in all places where Spain is contributing to the defense of this global peace. Every recognition is not enough, but we are also giving it to them with a lot of appreciation, because they have made possible the creation of Spain as a center of innovation for dual-use technology, double-use technology. This is a paradigm, and it has not been simple. And its goal is to defend our position in international forums and to carry out cooperation between ministries. It requires dedication and it requires speed. We have done it in a record time, but last year we announced this cooperation between both directors. A few months after that, we already had a project open to civil society, with cooperation from universities, from companies, and this rich collaboration is accessible to you thanks to Diana. And this has been possible due to the engagement of all of these actors, of these 165 companies that have made this encounter possible, and also this recognition possible. So once again, thanks to all of these people that the Ministry of Defense is representing today. So we are going to hand in this recognition that also is a symbol of León, the negrilla of the Plaza de Santo Domingo. Good morning. Today I am representing the Secretary of Defense and the General Director of Innovation and Development, but Oscar Jimenez is also representing this department, Diana, and they are those who have been working on this strategy for the cooperation. The General Director of the Institute of Cybersecurity, dear Felix, dear authorities, dear representatives of industry and of academics, I am still very surprised and impressed. I'm impressed because of these exposition of ideas that you have carried out. The decoration is also beautiful. The participation is incredible, more than 4,000 participants. All of this infrastructure is impressive. Thank you, Felix. Congratulations. Congratulations for everything that you have been able to create. First of all, I would like to thank the invitation for this event, which is a key event for the sector of cybersecurity. The involvement of Spain in this in the sector of cybersecurity is very important, particularly in this context of cybersecurity and threats that we are seeing. In all of these projects, the Ministry of Defense is involved together with many other ministries and particularly with INCIBE. Nowadays, nobody is surprised of the speed at the rate at we are changing. And the topic of this event is also according to this. Cybersecurity forces us to adapt ourselves to the new advances, and the defense is no stranger to these new developments, particularly when it comes to cyberspace, just known to the HIMARA and to the NATO. We are no stranger to the fact that many of these new technologies have been a product of innovators that are not to be found in big companies and in big institutions. And I'm talking about startups. Some of these have changed the way in which we see each other. These initiatives, these small initiatives, must be supported by big trailblazing companies. The sector of defense cannot be left out of this context. We also pursue to accelerate the sector of open innovation. One of the main aspects of this encounter is to foster this open innovation and to enable the contact between the different participants in the initiatives in order to attain the highest level of synergy. This program has been also shared with the Ministry of Defense, who has also collaborated to develop different initiatives between different departments of the Army, particularly the Department of Cyber Defense, and also the Center of Communication, the CSIRC. We have also its General Director here. I have been talking to him a bit before. This institution is very important to all of the programs that we have developing in the Ministry of Defense. The CIRC, the SRC, is very important for us. They are participating in the development of many combat strategies in the multi-domain, and also all of the programs that we are developing in the DCAM. We and also the rest of European contributors. And our program for cybersecurity is also due to the participation of the CIRC in the development of potential alternatives. The CIRC has been very important in the process of attaining all of these systems, and here's where security comes into play. And I think we have a clear idea of the implication of the CIRC. In the context of the European Union, we have the EUDIS program, which has links with the common finance funds and with the Agency of European Defense. In the context of NATO, the approval of an acceleration of defense has been approved, the DIANA, whose goal is to bring new solutions to emerging new technologies that can be applied to the domain of defense and security. Here I'm going to talk about dual use. All of the programs that we are developing in the Ministry of Defense, in the field of security and defense, we have many common programs with the Guardia Civil and the Police Corps. Their main component is their dual use. That's why these accelerators that we have been developing with INCIBE, their dual use is very important. It is relevant. It can be applied to the industry, to hospitals. Everything has a dual use. And that's why when we develop a startup technology, a spin-off technology, from the very beginning, when we do it with this dual vision, it has great guarantees of success. And this is why we have to promote it. It is precisely the DIANA initiative that has begun, that had marked the new ways of the INCIBE and DIAM, and also accompanied by the Universidad Politécnica of Madrid, with the goal of providing a national accelerator in the context of the public sector that can become part of the DIAN network. The way of developing this accelerator has not been easy, but thanks to the excellent work of the three corps, INCIBE, Politécnica, and the General Secretariat, we have obtained our prize. This accelerator encompasses a great variety of technologies which can be applied to cybersecurity, and the DIANA service is soon to be exerted, and it will be applied to startups and different entrepreneurs that are part of the DIANA strategy. So thanks, INCIBE, for your engagement in the process, for the work that you have been doing, and for your good disposition. I hope this will be not just the beginning, but that this will be the beginning of way of common collaboration. And in this particular sense, I would like to underline SMED with the association SMIDE, which has been coordinated by Oscar Jiménez and Platin. He has coordinated both national and international relationships. We have to underline that the INDEF also has department that develops startups that are to be seen in the National Forum of Defense, and during the last years had also carried out different activities that have been coordinated with Platin and INCIBE. All of these initiatives have been perfectly coordinated so that at a national level we have a clear reference. These startups of security, whether it be INCIBE or the Ministry of Defense, we have to coordinate all forums with the Ministry of Defense at a national and international level. At a national level, we have different representatives from the military all over the world. They have contact with the embassies and with the industries of those countries. There's a clear coordination program carried out by Platin together with the Ministry of Defense. CIBER is also involved, coordinated by the Ministry of Defense as well, or the very CIR. We have to be coordinated when we are acting outside of our borders. These centers have to be a support for all national initiatives, and that's why I would like to thank this recognition for the work that we've done from DIAN, that makes it clear that we have to combine the national cybersecurity ecosystem and the context of defense. This work of DIAN, with the involvement of the State Secretariat and the very cabinet, had made this possible, and will be continued during the new direction of the defense, and it will have a key role in the coordination of innovation in the field of defense, in the developing of technologies for the civil society and for the defense, and will be introduced in the financial network, and will also support SMS enterprises, and will develop new tools to foster cooperation between national and international services and the synergy between DIAN and the Ministry of Defense. Finally, I would also like to underline the fact that the State Secretariat has been involved in this process, and they also deserve this recognition, and also the DIAN, who is being represented by Oscar Jiménez. Thank you very much.
Continuamos our next panel, Empowering Cybersecurity Through Dual-Use Innovation. Diana and Beyond will discuss how dual-use innovation can strengthen cybersecurity. Joining us today are Bart Hugelberg, partner at Team Capital, Peter Lenk, tech leader at Goldilocks, Joseph Williams, ICT sector lead commerce tech policy advisor to Governor in the state of Washington. Moderating this panel is Alba Acerawan, Cabinet Institutional Relations and Events Technicians at INCIBE. Please welcome our moderator and speakers. It's all yours.
Thank you.
Not a huge crowd.
So, good morning, everyone. It's time to talk about dual-use technologies, as the last speaker did as well. Technologies such as artificial intelligence or quantum technology are changing the world and the way we face challenges and threats. And especially since the war in Ukraine, the development of dual-use technologies has come to forefront. To talk about this, I have the pleasure to welcome here Joseph Williams, ICT sector lead and tech policy advisor at Washington State Department of Commerce. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. Peter Lenk, tech lead at Goldilocks. Welcome. And Bart Hugelberg, partner at Team Capital. Welcome, and thank you all for joining us. Globally, NATO and more organizations are boosting initiatives such as Diana, which is the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, precisely established to find and accelerate dual-use innovation capacity in a wide range of areas and across many different sectors, such as cybersecurity. Actually, in Spain, INCIBE, alongside Universidad Politécnica de Madrid, is the Diana's accelerator. We are committed to fostering innovation in cybersecurity, and we've been implementing incubation and acceleration programs for years, and we've launched one of the most ambitious strategies for public procurement of innovation in cybersecurity. So fostering dual-use technologies is part of our mandate as the National Coordination Center of the European Cybersecurity Competence Center. So the first question for Joseph, who is supporting Diana's accelerator from the public sector. How does public sector involvement help bridge the gap between defense and civilian cybersecurity? Joseph.
So thanks for the question, Alba. So the state of Washington has a vested interest in Diana. We have a Diana campus in the state. It's co-hosted by some DoD work as well. So they're tied into the university ecosystem, and they're tied into the 5 military bases that we have in the state. And effectively what the state does to promote Diana is we align to the mission. We help them with their convenings. We help them in terms of developing the entrepreneur ecosystem. The state of Washington itself has made a significant investment in autonomous surface vehicles on the water. And what we do is there's local investment, state level investment, federal investment, and of course NATO investment. And we are part of that overall portfolio, and we try to play the biggest role we can, given that we don't set dual-use strategy. That's done by the commercial sector and by the US government, and we're just trying to facilitate. But we have a lot of federal resources attached to us that we leverage.
Yeah, so public sector is
a facilitator.
Yeah. So Peter, tech lead at Goldilocks, which is a startup which is being accelerated by Diana. How can cybersecurity solutions initially designed for civilian use be adapted for defense applications and vice versa?
Thank you for the question. Good morning, everyone. The answer is it depends. Let me give you an example. Under Diana, we were funded to look at cyber resilience of energy systems. In that particular niche, so far we haven't found any real differences for the requirements of our device for a defense purpose or for a civilian purpose. Basically, everybody's following commercial standards for such devices, so we haven't found any friction there to be able to use it in that limited sector. On the other hand, if we're talking about putting one of these devices in a data center or something like that, then we'll find a huge difference, I think, in terms of the requirements that we will need to meet on the device in terms of common criteria, maybe tempest testing, those sorts of things. And there's another dimension to it. It's not just about the technology. It also means we need people now that have security clearances. We need a facility that's security cleared probably to do some of this work, which has implications on the company. So that's probably the bigger challenge is how to run a very small company and have a foot in that world, which requires security clearances of personnel, safe storage of material, and the commercial sector, and try to keep the costs down on the commercial sector so they don't spill over from that extra overhead. So there's two dimensions to it. For now, in the energy side, we haven't found any real roadblocks or any friction to working with the defense side as well.
Great. And how this meets with investment necessities from the investment perspective, Tim? What are venture capitalists like Team Capital looking for in dual-use cybersecurity innovations? What you are looking for?
Yeah. Thanks, Alba. Thanks also for a cool event again this year. I think first of all, we're not a focused dual-use investor. We're a cybersecurity investor. We invest in cybersecurity companies across Europe. We look for differentiated market positioning, winning teams, and a clear go-to-market focus. And if that ends up an investment in a company that has a dual-use application, then that's kind of a side effect, I would say. But when I reflect on we've recently done 2 investments where there is dual-use application. If I look at those 2 investments, what kind of stood out there compared to the other companies in our portfolio? I think one element is what Peter already alluded to. I really see, in a way, a bit of a challenge also for investors investing into those companies, is that in a way you're dealing with companies that has really two characters, right? On the one hand, there's defense, public, government business, long sales cycles, security clearances. That really puts certain requirements on the company. On the other hand, there's the civil commercial market where it's much more open, fast-moving, marketing and communication is done differently. So as an investor in a dual-use company, you need to have confidence in the team that's able to manage those 2 worlds, because you're really talking about 2 different worlds in that sense. That's how we look at it.
How can we make these worlds
come together?
Come together.
To be frank, and I'll be curious to pick Peter's brain on that too. I wonder if you really can, in the sense that, I mean, the most recent investment we did was in a company that delivers to the US DoD, European governments, some of the special services, etc. And even the Dutch government marks them as strategic. So the Dutch government says, okay, this company, export restrictions apply, but even at exit, so if we were to sell the company in 5-10 years, in theory, not just in theory, the government has a big say in if that exit can take place and who will be able to buy that, because it's strategic, it has defense implication. So your question, how can you bring those together? I mean, you can probably bring them closer. And again, curious to get Peter's idea.
Peter, please, if you have more ideas about it.
Yeah, thank you. One of the other sort of points of friction, I think, for a company is just the procurement processes. If I'm dealing with a commercial company, we can conclude a deal very quickly, and deliver devices. For anything to do with the government, whether it's defense or not, the procurement processes are rather cumbersome. And that's also a big difference between the 2 worlds. And it's in the government side, it's not a sprint, it's really a marathon. And a little company has to be able to survive that length of time to actually make that sale. And that makes it very difficult. So I think there's a real onus on governments and NATO, having started something like Diana, to have a real good look at those procurement processes and start to make changes. We need innovation in the processes that are used to acquire this technology. The world changes very quickly in the cyber world. If how we buy things, we're always going to be, quite a ways behind in defense in those areas where we actually need very strong cyber defense. So it's kind of my appeal to governments here to have a look in the mirror about what they're doing after they've incubated the technology, incubated a little business, and then we wait 5 years to make a sale.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. The world changes really fast. So, Joseph, your point of view, how do you think accelerators help startups prepare for the specific challenges of defense cybersecurity?
So what we do through what we call the Mission Accelerator Center, which is where Diana is headquartered in Washington, we do a lot of training of founders and executives on what to expect. We do an awful lot of training on the resources available to help them. So if you're going to sell to the US military, you have to be CMMC 2.0 compliant. That's actually very hard. It's expensive, and we do the best we can to make that less complicated. If you're going to sell to the US military, that's different than selling to the Canadian military, which is different than selling to anybody in Europe. And we try as best as we can to decomplicate that process. But as a state, we can only do so much, and the federal government has a series of agencies in the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, and the Space Command that try to deconflict a lot of the problems with dual-use technologies. And when I think dual-use, I'm always thinking commercial military, but I'm also thinking export control dual use.
Yeah.
So those are always present in the way we address everything.
Peter, I think it's interesting to talk about the hurdles that startups like Goldilocks or any other startup face when creating dual-use cybersecurity, dual-use solutions. What are the main challenges, the main difficulties?
Yeah, again, it's it depends on the particular application of the technology, but certainly if you're talking about sort of protecting IT systems in defense, it's going to be to get those devices. I know NATO, for example, runs a list of approved products list, they call it. So these are products that have been screened, then they say, okay, if you choose from that list, then they should be okay to be used on our networks. The problem with that is if you come along with a disruptive technology, something new, it doesn't fit into any of the categories that people have on there. And so it's actually quite difficult for a little company to find out, well, what standards do you want me to certify my product to? And again, as Joseph pointed out, it varies by country. And so depending where you're doing business, you may need to apply different standards. And that's a real challenge, to take that product that you have and figure out how you're going to market and what part of that market you're actually going to address to certify the product for use in that particular environment. So that's why, for now, I think, working on something where we're fairly sure we're kind of compatible in both worlds actually makes sense. I can address the energy sector in the defense world, for deployed operations or somewhere where defense comes with its own energy, address that market, but also address the civilian market, and then slowly work into the other one.
Are you 50-50 split, or what's kind of the
50-50
like a focus? How?
Well, right now we're early enough in as a company that we're looking for sales wherever they come from, but we're very interested in developing that defense market because of Diana and the dual use, and we see a real, benefit we can bring to defense with our product. So we've opened an office in the U.S. largely to address, the defense side. Is it 50-50? No, not yet. I think we need to get some pilots in. We need to, start to get, with any sort of disruptive technology, it takes a while for people to actually understand what it is you're bringing to the table. We're not building a better mousetrap. We're building a completely different product that's innovative, and because of that, people need to understand what it is, and it's going to take time. And defense, it's going to probably take a little bit longer. But maybe in the Netherlands, in a small country, or Spain, maybe that's a bit faster. So we're looking at exploring those markets as well, clearly.
And how do you think in the whole process, how do you think Diana or the initiatives like Diana can help?
I worked in NATO for 22 years. I'm familiar with the, let me call it, bureaucracy that exists in NATO. Diana is a breath of fresh air. It's one of the best things I've seen NATO do in terms of actually addressing the technology gap and the sort of enable companies to actually bring technology to the table and help them with that process. Diana had a very structured curriculum in phase 1, so little companies that don't know how to work with defense, there was a set of lectures basically on that, a set of lectures about how do you protect your own intellectual property, both from a legal point of view, but also from a cyber point of view, so you don't lose your secrets and have them stolen by somebody or encrypted or whatever else. And a number of other topics that really help companies to understand the dual-use market and how to develop the product. The other thing I think Diana really helps with is just making contacts, the networking. A lot of industrial events, a lot of mentoring from venture capitalists, from technical people, from others. Another big benefit was the testing program that Diana has, the so-called TEVV, where in addition to the normal grant, you could apply for grants to do the technology sort of testing. That gets you, very importantly, in front of real users. So we did, for example, a tabletop exercise in Estonia with people from the energy sector, one of the major energy providers, from NATO, from the military, from a lot of others, and sort of walked through a scenario with various injects to show cyber attacks, and got an awful lot of feedback from them on how they want our product to look and feel and how they would use it, and that's all stuff that then we can incorporate. Plus now we have contacts with all those people. So very important part of it was that networking that brought to the table.
Yeah, I think there's more than advantages. Like, what do you think, Tim? The advantages that Diana has. Yeah, from the investment point of view, I guess it's a plus, right?
No, it's very, very important, very significant. I think in our world there's the term called investor ready, right? So when we look at companies, are they, let's say, investor ready? And I think programs like Diana, especially in a much more complex market of defense and dual use, having those companies go through the elements that Peter highlighted, and really understanding what they're getting into, and then being able to explain to an investor, look, we're asking for 10 million, and this is what we're going to do with it. We thought about these risks, this is how we're going to address them. We have access to the right people, because I think that's always super important. And when I speak about Tim Capital, usually one of the things that we can help our portfolio companies with is opening doors. However, in the defense domain, our network is also limited. So if Diana can kind of accelerate startups to have access to people, validate their offering, super important. Yeah, I think we haven't had the
What is specific Sorry,
go ahead.
What specific criteria do VCs use when evaluating this type of projects, dual-use technologies?
So I wouldn't say there's specific criteria different than others. So it's always about, do we have the right team? Is the technology and the positioning differentiated? Is there a clear outlook on the market? So I wouldn't really see how it's different in criteria. I do see how it's different in understanding how the defense world and the civil world kind of come together, and being able to manage that as an entrepreneur. And I think that it sounds like Diana really helps in that domain to kind of go through the acceleration process. And,
Joseph, your thoughts about it?
Well, I'm mindful of the fact that in the state of Washington, we have 400 cybersecurity startups. So pretty big number of startups. Of the 400, so far as we know, 30 of them are working on behalf of the military industrial complex. Of the 30, I am told 2 are attached to Diana. And so part of the challenge is, Bart's spot on. Getting venture capital into this space is really hard. Getting it attached to the defense complex is even harder. And getting it attached to NATO, when we're on the Pacific coast closer to China than we are to Russia, well, actually, we're close to Russia, but the other side of Russia, is very difficult. And so on the public sector side, we need to sit down with these startups and help them think through all the connection points. And Diana is a very important connection point. That all said, military defense and national security procurement is a freaking nightmare for a startup. And helping smooth the way is something we can assist with, but we cannot make the complexity go away. Diana is less complex, so that's a step in the right direction. But it's, for a startup, if I was doing another cybersecurity startup, I probably wouldn't focus on the military. I just could return more to my investors by focusing on the commercial sector. And that's a hard reality. Be interesting to hear what Bart says about that.
I would concur, but I think a lot of that has to do with what you're comfortable with, right? So we are comfortable. We have our network in the commercial space. We're just less comfortable in the defense domain. It's newer to us. But I would agree if I had to put my money. So in our portfolio companies, we do steer them more towards the commercial sector than we say, why don't you go pursue a government or a defense contract? I mean, those are the exceptions. They're in the portfolio, but they are the exception. But then again, maybe Peter has a different view on it.
But anyway, we are trying to bring all the both worlds together, right?
100%.
So we have just 3 minutes left. I would like to hear you about where are we heading? I'd like to know what emerging trends and technologies should the startups and investors be aware of in the next years. What do you think?
I'll just very quickly say one of the biggest challenges that we have in the United States and in NATO is compliance. It is so hard to show that you're compliant. It's so hard to be compliant. It's so hard to maintain compliance that a lot of the innovation we're seeing is in the compliance space.
Peter.
Yeah, I think the whole industrial control systems, whether it's energy or utilities or factories, so far my experience dealing with people in those sectors is they're a long way behind in thinking about how they're going to do cyber defense. So I think there's an opportunity there to really strengthen that, because we know from the experience in Ukraine and other places that the attacks on those sectors are increasing and are having a major impact on things. The other thing I think you'll see more of is AI. There's a number of companies here that are involved in that, but both from an offender's point of view and from a defender's point of view, which means, for companies like ourselves, we really got to focus on timelines and how quickly we can react. And I think the only way to do that in the future is going to be automation, whether it's AI or some rule-based things, but it's going to come down to, machines detecting that something's happening and making decisions. And people are going to be uncomfortable with that for a long time, handing over the keys to the gold to a machine to make an algorithm to make those decisions. And those machines then become a target as well. So we have this kind of very touchy situation as to how we're going to handle that, because it opens a whole new attack vector, attack surface. But I think we have to go there. The timelines are just too short.
Absolutely, it's challenging. Tim, please.
So Compliance, yes, big thing. CRA also coming into Europe will drive a lot of demand. Critical infrastructure protection, 100%. AI, which has AI for security, security for AI, right? There's two sides of that. And then what I would like to add to that, something we're actively really looking into is software supply chain. So really pipeline integrity, so making sure that the end code, that you control the full chain of that software development cycle, and that there's nowhere risk that's being tampered with, or so that's an extra one I would
yeah, emerging technologies, AI, compliance, as I said before. We have a challenging future. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you so much.
Good time.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Alba. To the second.
Continuamos y lo hacemos con el panel que lleva por título La innovación.
Let's continue the next panel, which is innovation, the key for the connected and autonomous vehicle. And now we have the participation of the following panelists: Joshua Rebollo, Daniel Castaño, Software Research Manager of Renault Group, Yago González, the Director of Plexus Tech, Marc García Ramos, partner expert of 4.0, and the debate will be moderated by Montserrat Estaca, the head of the telematic area of the General Direction of Road Traffic. A big applause for all of them.
Buenos días a todos y bienvenidos a la mesa sobre innovación, clave del futuro del
Good morning and welcome to the Roundtable of Innovation, key for the future of the connected and autonomous vehicle. This industry is continuously innovating, and innovating is part of its DNA. Vehicles imply more and more technologies which guarantee safety, communication with infrastructure, and obviously this technology is not exempt of risks and vulnerabilities. That's what we are dealing with in this roundtable. I want to welcome our speakers. First of all, Joshua Rebollo, CEO and the co-founder of Uvisia Systems, which is an initiative for development of projects in a digital ecosystem such as big chain and big data. And welcome, Joshua. We have Daniel Castaño, software research engineer who works in the Renault Group. He is a research manager leading software development teams for new functionalities of intelligent vehicles. Welcome, Daniel. We have Yago González, Director of Innovation of Plexus Tech, who's been developing innovative projects in cybersecurity areas, processing data, and who works in research projects to guarantee research in connected vehicles. And then Marc García Ramos, who is the Director of Innovation in 4.0. She provides new business solutions in the public and private sector. So let's start with Marc. Can you provide a general vision? And I would like to ask you which are the initiatives that Spain is developing within the framework of the European Union for the development of the autonomous vehicle. First of all, thanks for the invitation. Thanks for the 18th edition of INCIBE. When I deal with this question, I have to say that we are at a disruptive way, and that the person, the user, is at the center of all the decisions, and the product has to consider mobility as the main service. That's key. everything developed regarding sustainable mobility, electrified networks, and so on, are main challenge. But there's a new challenge, which is the connected and cyber-safe vehicle. We have the presence of Renault in this table, but maybe we should open this value chain, connecting with startups, with companies that are open to work within this digital part of the autonomous and cyber-safe vehicle, and with the communications infrastructures. The times of response of R&D has to shorten. We have to give us an answer to the citizen who is at the center, at the focus, and we have to keep being leaders as we are in Europe and internationally. You've mentioned the importance of the sector. 9% of the active population works in the sector. A big GDP is related to this field. We are talking about 15 technological centers, 17 clusters, which is a big capillarity for a country such as Spain. So it's time for the sector to take part on the industrial model, and there are big opportunities related to the connected and autonomous vehicle. But vehicles need to be tested even 100 times more than the tests that are conducted right now. And in Spain, within Europe, the challenge is to start this R&D project of the connected and safe car to being tested, not only those produced here and exported to Europe and abroad, but also having all the vehicles produced in Europe come to test the vehicles in Spain. In fact, we have to say that we have a very nice country with good weather, nice gastronomy, so we have lots to offer for people to come here and do those tests. We have to look at it as an opportunity, and we cannot lose that point of view apart from electrification engines, in which we are investing a lot. And we have to check on that second opportunity. Thanks a lot, Mar. Josu, I will go direct to the next question. Which are the main vulnerabilities that you've detected for connected and autonomous cars, and which are the most important threats regarding data protection and the fact of driving the vehicle yourself and not someone external? Well, first of all, I want to thank INCIBE for the invite, and I want to thank all of you for coming, because we all attended the party yesterday night and it was a lot. If we talk about the connected vehicle, we all know what is it, because either we have one we've driven one, we know the advantages of this kind of vehicle regarding connectivity, regarding active safety, etc. And when we talk about connected safety, it's something active, and it's generating lots of opportunities regarding its use. Now we have the opportunity of using the connected car, but it has lots of challenges. As you said earlier, we find lots of vulnerabilities regarding protection of data, for example. I would like to do an analogy with all of you. It's not about talking on the different attacks that a car can receive through different systems or platforms of which it is part of, but about driving. When we use a connected vehicle on a trip, maybe we think we are alone, we are with a couple, we are driving, but I have bad news for you. We are not alone. We are together with lots of people that we don't know. Why? Because a connected vehicle, what it does is to get connected with the system, with the environment, with the own vehicle. It collects lots of data of the activity we do inside the car, in connection with the city or with the systems. This means that we are together with lots of people we didn't invite to our trip, and they are up on the car with us. So it's against the protection of data, which are the property of the user. If this is something to be worried about, because you don't know all that people, and they are working on many other things, not for you, but for their own advantage and for sharing those advantages with you. And then after that, we find something which is even more delicate. Yeah, yes, this morning we had breakfast together and we were mentioning that the vehicle is a device of 1.5 or 2 tons, and it entails some danger. So in the same way that we were saying that you were driving along with your couple and there's lots of people together with you, when you are driving, if you used to have an analogic car and there was someone, an auto stopper, you could stop or not. But now you can get many more people that weren't invited, that you weren't expecting, and they are suddenly inside your vehicle. All these undesired people, we don't know their intentions. So we can find that throughout the attacks, the vulnerabilities in the vehicle system, they have other intentions. Let's imagine that someone that came on into your vehicle, brakes, or moves the drive. So this is a reality that happens with connected vehicles, and we have to protect ourselves from this. And we are focusing on identification and authentication, so that we only have people joining us in the trip if we know who they are, and if we can decide if we want to invite them or not. And those undesirable bodies that don't go through the identification processes cannot come with us. So let's check the point of view of the manufacturer. What strategies can we implement to avoid those undesired passengers going up into our vehicle? Well, I want to thank INCIBE for inviting me. My colleagues have started opening subjects which would entail hours of debate, and I want to mention how we are working on these issues at Renault. We are talking about a connected vehicle, but vehicles are hyper-connected. If we ask on the street what's a connected vehicle, the people will say it's a vehicle connected to the internet, but it's not only that. It's connected to lots of communication systems, and it's not only what we have in the vehicle, because we have an advanced technology, connections to IT, protections, which are over the vehicle technologies. And manufacturers, we need to be up to all those technologies. And altogether, it's dangerous, as my colleagues mentioned. So what are we doing? There are strategies regarding electrical architecture to update it, to block the critical networks and distinguish from less critical. Our colleague told about authentication. So what can we do to bring into the vehicle what's in networks? Why don't we take into the vehicle, but why don't we check if the vehicle contains, thanks to all the telemetric data we have, how can we check if there's an intruder on real time? Because a vehicle is it's alive, in fact, because technology is growing, the functionalities are updated, and we need to update the vehicle. So there's when we go down to the street, there are developments, new developments to be included. Mar explained it really really well. There are engines launched to the market that haven't been tested a million of times, and that's also a challenge. We need new validation models. It's not all about functionalities. We need to check this functional model. How will a vehicle react in case of a threat, in case of an attack, if the vehicle has been reached? So this is what we have to keep working in with those mock tests, including this point of view. And this is not something that happens from night to morning. We've been working for long in cybersecurity. Lots of people from the IT field, and they are contributing to this connected vehicle. Okay, and Yago, what technologies are being used to detect vulnerabilities and threats? What are you working at? First of all, such as my colleagues did, I want to thank you for the invite to INISE. We have to understand what is in our vehicle. It's a device which has lots of information that must be transmitted, and there are lots of options. So we have to realize that we have a communications device, which we have a vehicle communicated with the external space, and there are lots of internal communication protocols, and that part should be protected. We have CAN protocols, 5G protocols, lots of devices that establish communications. Regarding cybersecurity, we enter the most complex part, because about cyber communications, we have to protect everything coming into the vehicle, everything coming out the vehicle, and all what's happening inside the vehicle. Regarding what happens inside the vehicle, everything is controlled because all the networks can establish in the new protocols, monitorization, protection of identities, but that's not sufficient, because new improvements will arrive and new services will arrive that will attack all those protocols, and we may experience problems. Then there's the external part, which is even more complex, because there are all technologies that are being used, and we must know how we can protect that information. In our case, there are part of the protocols that are being encrypted for research services, for example, and we are trying to use quantic technologies and post-quantic technologies to deal with the protection of information. And then there's all about the data. There's lots of information inside the vehicle. What can we do with those data? We can do data engineering. Yeah, we take all those data out of the vehicle. But how do we do that? Isn't there a 5G network not only in Spain, in all of Europe? So if we take all those data, what can we do with them? Do we build AI vehicles? We don't have mechanisms to tell the vehicle to take the best decisions possible. We are building something from the scratch. And what will be successful now is what Daniela was mentioning, how to validate those components of models, simulations, digital environments. We have to establish mechanisms that allow manufacturers to validate what we do regarding encrypting and protection and so on, without spending new staff doing those tests. Thanks a lot, Yago. Mar, let's talk regarding considering the future, because we are considering well, Yago, you and Daniel, you've mentioned validation. And what about the window of opportunities opened with these new technologies and autonomous vehicles?
Corresponde a Red Española de Laboratorios de Vehículo Autónomo, Vehículo Conectado. Se presenta como una iniciativa país en donde el Ministerio de Industria, DGT e INCIBE estuvieron ayudando en todo ello. En el año 2020-2021, casi saliendo de la pandemia, y aprovechando también fondos Next Generation, el PERTE Vehículo Eléctrico, Vehículo Conectado en su primera edición,
the connected vehicle in its first edition, a group of private companies made possible this ideation of networks of in order to be able to test what we have commented earlier. We cannot allow a vehicle to be driven without previous testing, but if we are talking about an autonomous connected vehicle, we cannot just think of what can happen. We need to know it. And here our opportunity is in the innovation and entrepreneurship sector. We are talking about mobility as a service, and we are used to seeing apps. But what if we take this further? We can root a bigger talent when it comes to high-value engineers that this sector brings to the table. And we can be more competitive at an European level if we invest in entrepreneurship and innovation. And once tested, this can be taken to productive centers. We can try it out directly in a productive process. So in the end, we are trying to vinculate everything that is industry and technology. We are talking about languages, tabs. All of this has to do with centering the customer. This is not the only initiative. The UK has been working on a public and private initiative. It's called Centec, and it has been contributing with £200 million. They are a step ahead, but thankfully they are not inside the European Union, so they are not our direct competence. EBRA is also a French initiative. They are test in roads, and it's also a public-private collaboration. This project has a big opportunity, as well as public and private governance, so that such projects can see the light and they develop in a collaborative European project and even further than Europe. It is the only way in which the driver, or not driver, who knows, is the only way in which they can be cyber safe. And this can also reinforce the claim that DGT has no accidents. I'm also not forgetting rules and regulation. DGT, INCIBE, they are in European work groups so that we establish testing protocols so that we have a common parameter that can create a safe common scenario. Would like to underline the opportunity for the sector in regards to the future. Josu, what can we do? What can governmental entities such as DGT, INCIBE, in order to make sure that this window of opportunity remains open and that the management of security is also well established? The other day, I was in a conference and I met a man who imported skateboards. And DGT has implemented a protocol that is not the same as the German one. So I import vehicles in Germany. I import vehicles from Germany, and the manufacturer in Germany does not want to integrate this Spanish protocol. So what could we do at a national and European level? What focus could we have? So I'm talking about environments or domains. We live in a big domain that has smaller domains. This is our country. But we also have a superior domain, Europe. as my partner Andre would say, we need to apply the 3 Ps: private, public, and partnership, so that all of levels can work together. The first ones that need to develop these strategies are the private members, because we need to earn money by developing new services. So, apart from the scenario of this guy with a vehicle imported from Germany, we need to create new rules and regulations. We live in a society which is ruled by regulations. In our European domain, different national regulations cannot be that different if we want to build a bigger economic domain in which the capacities of private companies cannot limit themselves to a smaller environment, but to a bigger environment. So, other than the ideas of private companies, and the ideas of actions that can and cannot be carried out. So until this moment, there were several devices that were not invented, such as the case you were mentioning. And when it comes to private vehicles, I think you're the boss here, the DGT. You have to tell us these standards, these interoperability systems. If we are talking about an economic and a working context, we have to work at in a common level, so that the system remains open and the opportunities are not only for the 3 big companies, but for all. So, in this case, we are talking about ecosystem initiatives. We're talking about manufacturers, about legislations makers, and there are many people who are involved in this ecosystem. Back in the day, in the analogic times, we could work, but now we have to work closer. And you, the policymakers, you have to guide us in the right direction. So, in your question, maybe I've talked too much, but we have to come down to the standardization and to language and the interoperativity of systems. You have to do it at an European level so that the market is bigger and so that all companies can benefit from this global market. So, Daniel, what role does play the collaboration between manufacturers, entities, and providers in the improvement of cybersecurity in autonomous and connected vehicles? So, Renault can't walk alone, can't stand alone, but the vehicle manufacturers can't stand alone either. We have to go in the same direction. When we were talking about so much technology, we need to rethink architecture, we need to rethink standards, validation, and many other factors. And we also have to take into account generative AI that can help us make new testings. We have to be honest, there's an investment needed, not just economical investment, but also talent investment. We need this new development. From Renault, what we have been fostering in the last years is that we cannot be just vehicle manufacturers, but also a technology manufacturer that implements that technology in its vehicles. But we do not have enough knowledge, we do not have enough talent, and also, so to say, we don't want, because maybe together with some partners, some selected partners, we could go farther. So all of this cooperation with universities, public structures would be very beneficial for us for the development of these new technologies. We also need this infrastructure. For all of these requirements, for all this validation, we need a new infrastructure. We cannot have just a small lab. We need a total collaboration for us to develop new infrastructures. The homogeneity of rules and regulations and sharing the data about threats. I'm not going to dive deeper into this because my colleagues know more about this, but I would also like about awareness. Here, we have been hearing the members of defense entities. We've been talking about phishing, but there's a lot more behind that, and we have to keep working together. Also, at training level, we have created the first vehicle software hub. We have been bringing back talent to our country. We have them in Madrid, in the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center in Madrid. We have mathematicians. In the next 15 days, we are going to start a new master, which collaborates with the Carlos III Madrid University. Talking about intelligent vehicles, we are going to rethink the mathematics involved, and the students will have to face the challenges that some of my colleagues have been talking about. They will be prepared. They will be prepared to face the challenges of the future, but also of the present, because this kind of mobility, we are talking already about mobility of the present when we talk about independent vehicles. Yago, how do you think that cybersecurity would evolve in this domain? And what would be the potential impact of the AI in the prevention and detection of attacks? What could you say about this? So I would like to start with the basics. Artificial intelligence is not the future. It is already here. We are going to be left behind if we do not focus on it. And what we have to do is how can we apply it in the best way to the autonomous vehicle? AI has to take decisions on our behalf. It has to prepare the vehicle, but it is not the only tendency. It also has a role in identity protection, blockchain. That also has to be implemented in the autonomous vehicle. We need to know how the vehicle will communicate with its environment, how it will have to be identified, and the 5G, the 6G, it is already there. We cannot talk about them as a future technologies. They are already there, being developed. We need to know how all of this could communicate with the real environment. And the big Trojan horse that we face is quantum technology. Quantum technology is coming. It's coming, but it's not coming in 10 years. It's going to be here in 2 days, maybe not days, but 5 years. We have encrypting problems, cybersecurity problems. As soon as a country or someone manages quantum technology in order to attack someone, this will be our problem, the problem of everybody. We need to use quantum for encrypting. We need to value quantum algorithms. And European Union is investing a lot of money on the quantum. European countries are also investing a lot of money at a national level. Last week, I visited a Congress on Quantum, and France is investing a lot of money in this domain because they know it's coming. So how could we use this in the vehicle? Not just when it comes to attacks. Maybe we can implement it in some way. Quantum technology is just not a big device that we have to place someone. It is like that, but really, it will come to a point when that won't be the case. What we have to see is how we can manage this in the best way. We have to cooperate so that we can build a secure environment. And we need public entities to cooperate with us, not just in investment, but when it comes to rules and regulation, new technologies, all that we could apply, all that we could implement in our sector. And that also will be beneficial for the citizens. So I think we are on time. I would also like to say that maybe if we implement quantum, the vehicles will be way more expensive. Yeah, indeed. The price of technology, when it comes to vehicles, it's 40% of the price. It is what it is. And when we implement AI and modern technologies, identification, it will be more expensive. I understand that manufacturers do a great investment, and for us who develop these new technologies do too. So the price, it is what it is, and it has to be according to the effort that we carry out. You asked me before about the topic of private-public collaboration. I don't think that in this country a real collaboration between public and private collaboration is going to take place. And I hope that we will talk about these future perspectives with my colleagues. I think the collaboration that between the public and private sectors that INCIBE has promoted is very important. It is this collaboration of INCIBE and an entity from the private sector is an ideal strategy. Thanks to all of you, and thank you very much, INCIBE, for giving us this opportunity.
Let's go on. Protecting critical infrastructure is a global challenge. To address this issue, we give way to an online keynote by Ian Dison, IT specialist at the Office of Vulnerability Management at CISA. Please welcome Ian Dison joining us online.
Hi, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ian Deason, and I'm coming from the Office of Vulnerability Management from the United States Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. And I want to thank you for gathering here today, especially as a member of CISA's Vulnerability Management team. I'm honored to address you on the matter of software and hardware vulnerabilities that affect our critical infrastructure and underpins our nation's security and prosperity. Today, I wanted to discuss specifically CISA's Coordinated Vulnerability Disclosure Program, also known as CVD, as well as the Global Common Vulnerabilities and Enumeration Program, also known as the CVE program. So our mission is clear that we want to be able to protect critical infrastructure by proactively identifying, assessing, and mitigating cybersecurity vulnerabilities that affect all of our different enterprises as well as our critical infrastructure. We recognize that the interconnected world faces ever-evolving threats, and it is our duty to stay ahead of these challenges. We, by collaborating closely with our public and private sector partners, we foster information sharing and we coordinate our responses to protect everyone from emerging cyber threats. Our goal specifically with disclosing vulnerabilities is twofold. We want to be able to provide efficient disclosure where we aim to ensure that the reported vulnerabilities are shared responsibly as well as reasonably, and also follow a standardized process. Transparency is absolutely crucial for asset owners in order to make informed actions and make wise decisions. Additionally, our second goal is being able to provide accurate information. We strive for simultaneous disclosure, not only by CISA, but also through affected vendors, as well as the different vulnerability reporters. By providing clear and actionable intelligence, we empower asset owners to provide to protect their systems effectively. So some of the successes that we've had with our program, I'm showing on this slide right here with our different program metrics. So over time, we have published over 2,600 advisories. And these advisories provide actionable intelligence to those that are using the affected products. And also we're helping secure systems by providing novel vulnerabilities when they're published, as well as giving the proper remediation action. We've also published over 7,100 different software and hardware vulnerabilities. And not only are we making sure that this information is public, this is also information that we track and we assess to make sure that there is a timely response. We also work with over 675 different security researchers because we 100% value the contributions of security researchers who not only identify and address the vulnerabilities, but they're able to share that information with us and allow us to make an informed response. We also have proactive relationships with over 685 different software and hardware vendors because we value the collaboration with the vendors and we want to make sure that we are able to create effective vulnerability management for all the users of these products. We also partner with over 40 different nations because especially our partners with INCIBE, we want to make sure that when we have our priorities and are addressing cybersecurity problems, we understand that oftentimes these are not national problems, but these are problems that can go beyond borders, as cybersecurity is a global issue. And finally, we have published on over 2,000 different products. Our work touches a wide range of technologies from critical infrastructure to everyday devices. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our process and how we're able to do the work that we do. So we have coordination for industrial control systems, information technology systems, as well as systems that affect the United States, federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial governments. And the way that we do this is a simple 5-step process where we collect information, we analyze that vulnerability information, we coordinate the mitigation information, we allow for the mitigations to be applied, and then finally, we publish the information. So when we start out, when we're collecting information, all of our vulnerability reports we receive through CISA, we generally have a designated system, which is also open source. It's named events, and we allow for the responsible disclosure of vulnerabilities. Our analysts meticulously validate and occasionally reproduce the results of these vulnerabilities to make sure we have efficient information to be able to assess the risk and the impact of each of these vulnerabilities. We receive this information either through direct reports, either through CVEs that have already been assigned, or through existing cases and advisories. Next, we perform analysis. And the way that we do this is going to be through technical examination. And we're also using common frameworks, such as the Common Weakness Enumeration Standard. We use the Common Vulnerability Scoring System, also known as CVSS. And we also use a decision matrix called the Stakeholder Specific Vulnerability Categorization, also known as SSVC. We take this information, we create a positive feedback loop to be able to tailor our decisions to make the best decisions possible. Next, we work into mitigations, where when a vulnerability is reported, our first step is to encourage a vendor to develop a patch or an additional mitigation. Swift patching is crucial to address the vulnerability effectively. We act as the mediator. So when a security researcher provides information for us, we make sure that it is getting worked within the vendor's patch development cycle, so that way we can address the vulnerability. If a vendor input is unavailable, we do have internal subject matter experts that are able to provide information and feedback if necessary. Once the mitigation is created, we will work within our designated channels to be able to share what mitigation information we can, especially how those mitigations might be deployed. And finally, within our cycle, we will be publicly disclosing that information, where we will write a technical advisory. We will put that information onto our website. We will generally assign a CVE ID to that information and then make sure it is public. Because for us, having information public is very, very crucial to the process. And again, thank you so much for continuing the partnership that you have with the United States Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and I hope the best for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Continuamos y lo hacemos con el panel que lleva por título
We continue with the next panel, New Technologies and Strategies for Managing Cybersecurity Incidents. For this, we have Ercuden Ríos, Tecnalia Project Manager, Patricia Alonso, Manager of INCIBE CERT, and Santiago González, who is the Head of Technical Office of the National Police Corps, Juan Salón, Colonel, Head of the Cybersecurity Coordination Unit, and our mediator.
Buenos días, bienvenidos, bienvenidas, y un placer compartir mesa con estas personas tan
Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to share this panel with these important people. We are going to talk about new technologies and strategies when managing incidents of cybersecurity. Even if these days are focused on AI, AI has been left outside this title. However, it will be mentioned in our talk, but we are going to talk about many other things. So, to start this panel, I had thought of approaching of sharing a first approach by each of the people in the table. So, Ercuden Ríos, from Tecnalia, please tell us which is your approach. Thank you. I'm glad to be with you today. I will tell you what we use AI at Tecnalia within the framework of cybersecurity. Tecnalia is one leader at European level in research in the field, and we work for different clients and we provide different cybersecurity solutions regarding AI for the cybersecurity and cybersecurity of the AI. So we work in both senses. We include a technological part of AI and cybersecurity of AI. We work for different clients. We have different big European projects coordinated by Tecnalia. I coordinate both projects, I4Cyber and other European projects. And we work with solutions of AI, for example, to monitor the responses to incidents, the monitoring of those the managing and monitoring of those solutions in the different layers on the network, and how to learn from these solutions and how to improve these strategies. So we have other AI solutions, for example, for the generation of data for cyber attacks, or the CLMs with the power of encryption to react when there are attacks to different kind of systems. We use AI with and ALNs, for example, for the analysis of the reports on cybersecurity and extracting intelligence from them, and learning how cyber attacks work, the techniques used in which order, and therefore we can better establish a solution or an answer. We use AI for the management of cyber risk, on the analysis of different cyber risks and in different infrastructures, and considering when cyber risk can impact other infrastructures from which we don't have so much information. And then we do tests that are based on machine learning for our AI instructions, for those developed by Tecnalia and for those that are provided by other parties. I could tell you different fields in which we use big data and AI for hours. So we use lots of capacities and advantages, and we work together with different experts on cybersecurity with different applications and uses, and depending on the protection needed, and we iterate our knowledges in different parts and teams of Tecnalia. And the idea is to provide the best solution possible to our clients. Thanks a lot. It's a pleasure to have with us Juan Salom, which is the head of the Cybersecurity Coordination Unit in the Guardia Civil. It's interesting to know what they know and what are their approach. Well, first of all, thanks for inviting us at INCIBE. It's a pleasure being with you today and participating in this roundtable. I represent the Guardia Civil and the EU coordination, the Cybersecurity Coordination Unit. We have different roles. We are the transformation process and cybersecurity within our entity. I monitor cybersecurity within our entity, Spanish Civil Ward, and we follow the policies of training of the Spanish Civil War, but in my unit we have the responsibility of coordinating the response of the Civil War to cybercrime. And it's not only internally but also towards the external world. And what are we realizing? We are realizing that there's a lack of coordination, of contact of what we know, all the different entities in CIBE, BCN, all the different companies or entities within the world of cybersecurity. And it's different what they say that it's happening and what we realize that happens. In fact, what we realize that it's happening, it's objective information managed by the Secretary of State of Security based on the different reports we receive linked to cybercrimes. It's true that not all the incidents are cybercrimes, but most of them are, and we are not providing the same information in the different bodies. We have a lower amount of reports of cybercrimes compared to the indicators that we have from other bodies. And why this happens? we understand that there's we are frightened of reputational injuries. There's a lack of knowledge, a lack of trust on the system, not only in the state security forces, but on the system itself. There's a clear example of the National Statistics Institute that published a report this year saying that 55% of citizens have been victims of a fraud, and only half of them, which is 25% of the victims, had reported the crime. So the administration doesn't know the reality of this cybercrime. So we are facing an important challenge there. Cybercrime exists, but it's difficult to measure the size of the problem. And we need to coordinate with the administration entities to get to know it. This year in Spain, there was a report by the ITU which said that we are one of the main countries regarding maturity in cybersecurity, and we keep growing, but in part we don't give the appropriate answer or the appropriate solution to the problem. We are letting cybercrime grow because it stays unpunished. Therefore, it has the effect of cold. And within the Spanish Civil War, following the decree that was published at the end of last year regarding monitoring of justice, we have been, which said that the electronic report was recognized as a right of citizens, and it entailed an obligation for the administration to provide the channels for that electronic report. Until that moment, we could only file a report by coming to a physical office. Now, through the electronic report with an electronic signature, we can file a report, and this can reduce this percentage of crimes that are not reported. And we are working on this first version to provide it to the citizens so that they find it easier to contact the administration and our institution when there's a cybersecurity crime. It's interesting to know that most of the crimes are not reported because if we trust the solutions but we don't know that the crimes happen, nobody can take any measures. So from our side, we have to encourage people to file the report so that measures can be taken. From the operational point of view, we have information from the INCIBE and from CERT. They have federated information collected from many means, and that's why we've invited Patricia Alonso, who is one of the managers of this CERT and who can provide her opinion. Well, first of all, I have to say that it's a pleasure to be here at home because this is my place. We are in such a good company. We are talking about new technologies at the service of the management of incidents. Within the CERT, one of the main areas is the incident management area. And what technologies can we find that can be connected when we talk about computation in the cloud, quantic computation, or data analysis technologies, IoT, and of course the slogan of ENISE this year, AI. From INCIBE CERT, what I want to tell you is it's going to be focused in this last idea because that's where we are making our best efforts to try to use AI in our services and to research on it, because it's important for us to find out what cyber criminals are doing. When researching on cyber criminals, we have two different approaches. First is those incidents that understand the AI as a vulnerable element. And in those cases, we have to check if the data model has been compromised, or if the data introduced in that model can be compromised, or if there's any kind of disinformation, because this is a vulnerable element. So we have to make our research and check if there's any entrance vector using or taking advantage of a vulnerability that has not been properly updated. The other kind of AI incidents in which we are focusing is when AI is used as a support for these cyber attacks. And the reports that we are receiving more frequently at INCIBE through our alert of incidents line and through the 017. What is being reported is the automatization of processes through the AI. These provide lots of benefits, but this efficacy that we can find in the procedures and that can ease our life is also used by cyber criminals, because they discover vulnerabilities in a quicker way, in a quicker period of time, and they use this AI to make more sophisticated attacks. What do we mean with this? In the case of a phishing attack, in our case, we used to give different protocols to the citizens and to the companies. We did suggestions about the writing of the content in the different languages, and we have to check those suggestions. We, as a CERT, we have to update that information, and we have to check and update what we do and our protocols, because these kind of incidents are more and more successful. All the kind of incident that we've identified is the identity impersonation, which is the fraud of the CEO. And this creates confusion when identifying this. We can check if people are trustable or not, and with new techniques, it will become more difficult to detect fraud. With the incidents of AI that we are observing at the CERT, devoted to the citizenship and to the companies. One of the initiatives that we are launching and that our General Director mentioned yesterday is the need, and we are working in this lane, of a framework that helps when notifying and managing these incidents of AI. We are a referential CERT. We have a certain authority in this field, which is the Spanish Agency of Supervision of AI. And we are considering how can we do that research of a taxonomy or risks that can appear in the case of AI incidents. And we have to check the correspondence with our own taxonomy that has to be checked with this National Guide of Management of Incidents, which is a framework that can be checked in the Royal Decree 43/2021. That's the line we are working in right now, and hope we have a good outcome in the next months. Thank you, Patricia. It's very interesting to check on that aspect on how AI can improve the quality of those messages and how those suggestions that were provided have already changed. We had a joke about a phishing message that arrived, and it was so well written that the receivers hesitated because it was very well made and it was not as useful as usual. But we also have invited a representative from the police, someone who works in the side of infrastructures. He is Santiago González, and he's part of the technical office. Welcome, Santiago. Thank you. Here I feel at home, thanks to INCIBE, thanks to the organization, thanks to the speakers, because your participation really matches what I wanted to say, because regarding report of the crimes, classification of incidents, what we are doing at the technical office of the police, if you don't know what is it, this is a part of the police dealing with the public key infrastructure, which deals with the identity cards, with passports, and so on. So we have a key role when identifying the projects that we are dealing with here. Why do I highlight this? Because talking to someone a few days ago, we said that we advance in such a quick way that in this situation we are overcome by the amount of novelties that arrive. AI is going to ease our lives and will be a solution for many of our problems. But we have to take into account human intelligence, because behind of this amount of technologies, there's human beings, and as a working team, we have to trust technologies, of course. I insist that that's a tool to ease our lives without generating more dependencies. This is something we want to highlight. We have a big volume of projects that we are implementing at the police, and the key for me is to analyze vulnerabilities, analyze what we have, so that we can defend ourselves. We talk about cybersecurity, but we don't know that much about self-consciousness. For our suppliers, as we don't have plain capacity to implement our projects individually without the help of any supplier, which makes no sense apart from everything. We cannot lose the focus from that value chain, from the capacity of resilience in our systems, because safety must be present in projects from the very beginning to the end. Not as something differentiating us, but as one more procedure in any of the projects we do. Why do I insist on this? Because of the speed, because I was mentioning the speed of the implementation of new technologies. Yesterday I read an article in a newspaper which amazed me, because it explained clearly what everybody used to think. In 2017, please check all that I'm saying. In 2017, the first country assigning an AI minister was the Arab Emirates, and he was very young, and this guy has appeared in the media saying that if Europe sets a regulation on AI, they will increase the speed of the evolution of AI. The kernel fall of this in the article is that they won't position themselves ahead from China and the States in this kind of technology. So we have something of this speed that is being explained on paper or newspapers. So I have to say that I'm quite methodic, and I want to document everything I do, because we are playing in this race under this speed. And considering my experience and considering my IT colleagues, I try to cover the data center and provide all the information possible, which deals with a big volume of information. We are working on that, as I said, but please believe me that I'm focused on the maintenance. The idea, in my opinion, is to make a hash of each of the procedures that we follow at the police, because we never know if we are working in a good faith or in a bad faith. So we cannot trust anything. In my unit, we work with the IDs and with passports, so we deal with an important part of it. Well, if any of you want to join our unit, I will thank you, because we have we'll have a lack of staff. And that's everything on my side. Thank you, Santiago. That was really interesting. I see that you mentioned suppliers. We live in a very quick world. Evolution is really fast, and the suppliers help us to complete projects, to conduct activities, actions, and so on. So I like you mentioning that, because it's an important part of it. And I think that in cybersecurity, there's an important factor, which is communication among the different agents. And within cybersecurity, a question that I wanted to put on the table is the fact that it's clear that adding technologies to the detection of incidents is good, it is positive, and it will, of course, generate lots of noise, but it will generate data which may be valuable. But at the end of the assessment of the incident, when checking the information provided by the tools, it might be helpful. But if there's a simulation of the war in the battle, maybe it's not the moment of experiencing new technology. So can you share your opinion regarding this? Maybe prudent. We have not a lot of time, and I want to add another question. For the management of the incidents themselves, AI will keep helping, and large language models in generation of text of the natural image, and even with the programming languages, will of course help to the automatization of this management and the attendance to the staff that cannot analyze all that information as quickly as the IA. So we will keep attending to the improvements of those management procedures, of course. I think the case is not to report the incidents, but there's the fact that there's not a relationship among the incidents and the reports filed. And it's good to apply this in war times, but or better wait for later on. I think we have to take advantage of the technologies, and that's why we have big AI systems that can ease situations and communication for the citizens, and they can then file reports for any safety issues. If we focus on the CERT, AI makes procedures more efficient. So it applies in all the stages of the management of the issue, from the identification to the assessment, report writing, or analysis of the trends. But if we go further, and letting aside the issues, we are working in using AI to improve the capacities of the technicians that are behind the response to those issues. And that's why we can use it for training with red team, blue team in the part of incidents, or if we talk about chatbots in our teams or even in the O17, the AI can help in classifying the issues that are being reported or the questions, and can be of big support when improving the quality of the attention provided. On our side, and going back to the same issue I mentioned, I think the idea is to have the least problem possible. So I will insist in that value chain, in the warranties with the laboratories, with the testing, because sometimes even if we don't intend to do that, we find learning situations from the trials, and they are helpful when learning and when transposing those ideas to real life. And I've had the opportunity of leading the blue team of Spain in LOXI regarding industrial security, and it was really fun. And I was also really afraid when facing real situations. So from our point of view, we don't want any troubles, and we don't want to notify any troubles because we haven't had any. But let's talk about reality and consolidate the protocols and try to make clear what's needed before. We've mentioned awareness, raising, training, and learning when facing issues or activities that are relevant, because at the end, people only remember about all of these options when it's a little bit late and we are managing a crisis and we are in trouble. When talking about new technologies, we've mentioned some, but I would like, and I am going to change the order so that Santiago doesn't stay the last. Which technologies which are starting to be mentioned or are under the radar yet will be key in the next months or years and will be needed?
Te voy a invertir la pregunta y la respuesta por mi lado. Esto que estamos hablando hoy aquí, en día hace 2 años no tenía este calado. A mí el problema es que no conozco nada.
My problem is that I cannot think of anything that I can't imagine working in the near future. And with the many powerful agents that are coming up to the market, I am actually impressed and scared. But the fact that I don't know something doesn't mean that it won't materialize in the real world, in the market. In my particular case, I think that we are listening a lot about quantum computation. There are many articles published, and also about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is already now. It's already here. We don't know the limits of this new artificial intelligence in next year. We cannot predict its path. So I actually agree with what they've just said. The other day, I was in a congress, and the speaker was presenting a very big device, a very old phone, and it compared the state of artificial intelligence now with the predecessor of the new phones that we are using today. But in the field of the answers to cybercrime, I think the Internet of Things is very important. We are going to be connecting many devices to the Internet of Things with a clear cybersecurity program. And I think this will be great for criminals. And that's something that worries me. The situation is getting more complicated, and when it comes to the attack, we've been hearing about it, but actually we have it here now, and we'll see how it develops in the future. In a near future, I think MMs and LLMs will be used more often, both when it comes to defense and attack sides, and we need to be prepared. And the quantum AI, which will make AI more efficient and faster, and attackers might already be thinking about using this quantum AI. And they will use this AI to try to use more efficient and faster solutions, as I said. And this is what we will have to face in the near future. Quantum computation has been used more and more. And last week, a Chinese group mentioned that it was able to break cryptography when it comes to quantum computation. When it comes to quantum computation, it affects us directly when it comes to the infrastructure of public keys. We are trying to do our homework for this transition. We don't know if it's going to happen in 10 years or next year. And it is not the same to modify such a big infrastructure to infrastructures that we have today that might become very vulnerable next year. So what you've said is very interesting. We need to be prepared, and that's what we are doing now. We are getting ready for this new challenge. And we are already talking about all the strategies which is to say all of the attackers can use any strategies that have available to attack the nets. And having said this, I'm really glad to have you today, and we are running out of time, so it was a pleasure to have you here.
Muchas gracias a todos. Up next, we have a very interesting panel, 5G risks and opportunities for enterprise cybersecurity management. Our panelists are Gonzalo Erro, Customer Security Manager at Nokia, Beatriz Martínez, Customer Security Director, Iberia and Latam North at Ericsson, Kevin Wang Ki, Head of European Cybersecurity and Privacy Protection Officer at Huawei Technologies Spain. This panel will be moderated by Andrés Jesús Ruiz, Deputy Director General of Telecommunications Integrity.
Gracias. ¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes a todos. Muchas gracias al INCIBE por invitarnos y tener la oportunidad de discutir y de hablar sobre
have a debate to discuss these new challenges that we are facing today when it comes to 5G technology. The Vice Secretary of State, Antonio Hernando, open this conference, this edition, talking about the relevance, the revolutionizing meaning of the developments in technology that we are living today. This technological revolution centers communications. All of the technology and how we use it is based on these communications. Without security, we cannot have a safe digital transformation when it comes to telecommunication. We have new challenges. 5G is a very complex technology and allows for many uses. But we have to tackle these challenges in a coordinated way. And we have to take into account something very special, which is that these new technologies are almost exclusively in private hands. So public-private collaboration is needed. We'll be talking about that as well. In order to tackle these challenges, we have here three big names, big professionals with very long career, three main manufacturers of 5G technology. We have Gonzalo Erro, who is Customer Security Manager for Nokia Spain. He has a key role when it comes to procuring security for clients. He has more than 20 years of professional experience in the sector, and he has had many positions in Nokia. We also have Beatriz Martínez Candano, who is Customer Security Director for Spain, Portugal, and Latin America for Ericsson. And she's also part of ENISIBE, who is developing the security standard for 5G. We also have Kevin Banke. Kevin está
leadership worldwide in 5G, and he's the director of Cybersecurity and Privacy Protection Office in Europe. Kevin led Huawei GDPR compliance implementation projects in Europe as the project manager 3 years ago, and has more than 20 years of work experience on cybersecurity and privacy protection operational practice. Con estos tres grandes profesionales vamos a abrir esta mesa
names. We are going to open this roundtable to see how they face these challenges from their respective companies and with the perspective of manufacturers. So I would like to invite Gonzalo to answer this first round of questions. But the question is also directed to the other speakers today. What would you say are the main threats and challenges, and how should companies prepare to face them? Thank you very much for your question. Thank you very much, INCIBE, for having us here with such a relevant panel and with the company that I have here today. When it comes to threats, I don't know if you know, but Nokia elaborates a yearly report that covers the threats that we have detected thanks to the networks of our main customers and in other cybersecurity teams that enrich these reports. We have published the last one in October, and it is accessible for everyone. I would like to underline two tendencies and three areas that should be our main focus of concern for the next years. When it comes to the tendencies, we cannot see many new things. As has already been stated, we have seen a big increase when it comes to the denial of service for certain telecommunications, and even clients that had 5 or 10 attacks per day now have 100 attacks per day. So you can imagine the capacity that we must have to be prepared for this increase in attacks. Also, I would like to talk about that 60% of the traffic is traffic regarding incidents of denial of use. 60% is generated by bots. So we are talking about some sophistication levels, some high levels of sophistication from the side of the attackers, and we need to take this into account. I've also mentioned these three areas that are relevant for companies in order to manage risks in a more efficient way, particularly when it comes to the implementation of standards of use for 5G. The focus should be the devices connected to 5G, not only because of the numbers of devices, but because 5G is very competent in this sense, but also when it comes to the level of equipment and the levels of security that this equipment can process, so to speak. So here we have a certain risk. We need to find a balance between security and functionality and performance. We have the risk of losing security if we do this, we'll leave a security hole for attackers. From the other side, we also think that the cloud infrastructure is very relevant. This infrastructure supported by 5G. In this respect, we do not have enough standardization. And we can observe many different scenarios with different levels of security. And this is another focus of risk. When it comes to the exposure of networks to the outside and to third parties, we think that this can also be a main area of concern, and that attackers could focus these areas. The most vital thing is for companies to have a way of facing these challenges, also to assess this risk analysis with external catalogs, and we need an aware directive board that is aware of this risk and that knows this technology. In Nokia, some of the most vital aspects are the innovation and research, fostering this innovation and research. We are doing concept tests in a business ecosystem, which are very advanced in these domains, machine learning, artificial intelligence. They will lead the steps for the implementation of new technologies. Standardization, I think my colleagues will speak about it. It is the mechanism in which we want to implement the potential vulnerabilities that we have in our current systems. And inside the company, all of these landscape threats, the new rules and regulation, they also determine new requirements for our product development processes. We must only not have a program, but also be able to implement it correctly. We have a service portfolio, which is very specific for this sector of telecommunication, and we are incorporating all of our knowledge in these telecommunications services. This is very interesting, Gonzalo. You've mentioned several points that were very important. One of them is directly related to the capacities of 5G. The standard allows 1 million of devices per square kilometer. if these devices are not secure enough, they can increase the exposure surface for new threats. We are also talking about post-quantum technology and how we should be prepared for this future that is no longer future, it is the present. And the landscape of threats that you are describing, it is the same as the one we have identified at a national level in Spain. Beatriz, from Ericsson, you are a very powerful company worried by security as well. How have you been facing this challenge caused by the increase of threats due to the increase of the exposure surface, and how should the enterprises that are your customers face this challenge? What measures should they adopt? Thank you, Andres, and thanks for inviting me. So the way that Ericsson is getting prepared for this new landscape of threats caused by this new technology, 5G, is basically through listening. It is very important for us to understand what worries the client. It can be operators or companies when it comes to the security of their networks, their environments, and their critical devices. We think that understanding them is the best way for us to create solutions and new devices that can help them protect themselves. So it is very important to have some empathy and to be able to think from their position. The standards that we have also helped us to put into practice these new good practices and to improve constantly our processes. When we're talking about threats for the companies that are the main clients of these 5G networks, I would say that I would start with the basics. This is not quantum physics. Whenever you open the exposure surface, you will obviously get a bigger attack surface, biggest surface for attacks. And what would be the first measure to mitigate this? Well, with a good security hygiene, having well-segmented networks to prevent the enemy, if it's already entered the company, to isolate them, and to have several privileges that allows us to not trust certain agents. We have many devices. Some of our devices are more autonomous, more intelligent, or less, and they need to be configured, not only when we connect them to this network, but day to day. We have to control periodically that these configuration policies are being controlled and are there implemented. Good monitoring techniques would also be very relevant to see that there are no strange movements. And I'd say these would be our measures. And we have to control the procurement chain. Some devices are connected to this network, but they might not be enough prepared to protect the security of the company. And seeing what measures we could apply is obviously going to be vital. If for these, if I can supervise these providers and I required some standards from them, this is a basic technique to create a minimum security hygiene. And lastly, we have to have good vulnerability management. If I have these components in my network that are critical, they are there, but they are more vulnerable than the others. So I should try to isolate them, should try to isolate these components from the rest of components in the network. We have to carry out a good patching policy. Some components have critical vulnerabilities that maybe the way that I integrate it in our network can make it easier to patch these components. And of course, we need to monitor these vulnerabilities. And there are some tools that allowed me to know if a certain vulnerability is being exploited. For example, now we have, there is an increasing market in the US, is the API market. How 5G networks can be used by companies for them to profit from the high capacities of 5G to create new gaming experiences and to procure different user cases. These APIs allow companies and developers to access these network capacities. If you open a critical telecommunications network and you expose it to many developers, it is not easy to apply security here. So one of our main tasks is to define and help to define standards and help these companies to enter the market in the most in the safest way. You have been talking about basic measures, about basic hygiene, about control and management of vulnerabilities, about risk analysis. We can already see these measures in our environment, and we need to apply these measures particularly for the 5G network.
Huawei vision about how can you help the enterprises, the companies, implementing security measures and facing these challenges and risks that they have to face, and also how is Huawei approach to the security of these services and networks?
First is that the major risk for me is that I have to speak English instead of Spanish. And the opportunities for me is that, of course, by speaking English is showing it is a good example to show that this is really an international event. And frankly speaking, for the 5G innovative technology itself, it's not a new word. We have already implemented, accompanied by our customers, and also thanks for Nokia and Ericsson, we have already implemented the 5G technology all across the world. And unfortunately, what I realized that the more discussed, the more countries I traveled, the more misunderstanding I got from our customers, especially for the small and medium entities, when we want to provide the services about 5G to them, the services. And they are so lack of the understanding of the 5G technologies, and also as for the cybersecurities, they think that they can trust or the single vendor or some other kind of things. They can trust the regulators, and then what they are doing is doing the business. But this is totally wrong. The only thing I found is that they need to have the awareness that the ownership of the cybersecurity still belongs to the companies itself. As for Huawei, for example, we have already been pushed by our customers, and also thank for the healthy competitors. For you, is pushed a lot and a lot by improving our capability of the cybersecurity, not only for the awareness. As a matter of fact, as for 5G technology itself, it's more secure than 4G. It's just the new generation of the technology. It's more or less than the Wi-Fi, even though people are talking about replacing the Wi-Fi with 5G. But people rarely realize the risky areas in the wireless networks. And also, I still remember the case when first time I met with the medium enterprise, which we provide the services for. And he told me that, Kevin, I was so worried about the new technology will impact on our network or on our company. And also the new regulations. There are so many regulations, the AI Act, and also the 5G legislation, and also the other kind of the innovative legislations. And how could I comply? I said, always the first, do you have the CSO in your organization? The answer most likely will be no. They don't have such one. They only care as much, how can I resolve the problem by the suppliers or by the regulators. They don't even have the chance to set up the organization first. And then we can even have the discussion on how to manage the risk. This is one thing. And the other kind of the risk that I met when I discussed with our customers is that they prefer not to choose the competition. This is the other big problem, as for not only for the 5G, but also for the other innovative technologies. Let's take the example for the CrowdStrike. Because the CrowdStrike is a single vendor, provide the patches. There's nothing wrong for this company, by the way. I'm not criticizing this company. The only things, the problem happened is the owner of this equipment. They purchased it. They have to have the organization structure. They have to manage this by their own, under the guidance of the regulator. But they don't have that. I can still remember during that time I was in Brussels. The flights was all canceled for the whole days in Brussels. But no one really take it for consideration about how seriousness of the single vendor would be. But the single vendor is not a problem. The problem is the ownership of the companies, awareness of the risk management. This is the key point I want to mention. The other thing is that for Huawei, we experienced, is also what we are doing right now, is what we will do in the future, is that to leverage our experience, to show to our customers, to the companies, and to the regulators, saying, is that the unified standards will always be the first priority for all of us to get in a similar understanding of the security. That will be the first rule number one for Huawei itself. Is that best practices, for example, like Ericsson, ENISE. You're a member of the ENISE, Beatrice. You must have already known that ENISE produced some of the reports talking about the incident management, talking about the risk management. One of the case that randomly people noticed is that most of the incidents happened from the trusted vendors. It's not that so-called trusted. It's so-called that the company does not take it for consideration about the ownership of the security. They trust the vendor, and then crisis happened. This is always the challenge that we're facing and what we're discussing with our customers now.
Thank you, Kevin. Interesting point. Yes, I agree that the owner is the final responsible for the security, and he is responsible to implement accordingly to the risk that we are facing. Habéis nombrado también el tema regulatorio y
talking to about the regulation topic. And Spain has been one of the main countries developing the cybersecurity of 5G, understanding that we are facing particular challenges, very specific challenges when it comes to this digitalization. We were talking about autonomous vehicles. We cannot have autonomous vehicles without secure 5G network. So in this sense, the creation of a national security program for 5G is necessary, and in this national decree that has recently been published, we have approved the creation of a 5G cybersecurity center, and I say this with a certain pride, because I've started this intervention, I've started this speech saying that we cannot face these challenges from the public sector alone. We need to have collaboration of the private sector, from accelerators, from providers, and from corporate users. These are the main actors. We are talking about certification, we are talking about standards, about controls. So I would like to ask you, what is your vision? You know that mine is having you inside this operation center as advisors, because together we have to do this work. What's your vision, Gonzalo from Nokia? You are helping us, you are collaborating. That I would like some honest feedback on the projects, some feedback on the legislation. So legislation is always welcome. We are talking about infrastructure that will have to give support to many industries. So we need clear regulation. So we are welcoming this new regulation, and this process of with public participation make the process longer, but they also enrich the final result. It has to force us to revise several specific aspects. The topic of vulnerability management is crucial for a manufacturer, as Beatriz was mentioning, and it is one of the main challenges that we face, the security in the life of a product. And if we take into account the statistics, the number of vulnerabilities is already higher than the one we had last year. So how do we face this large number of vulnerabilities? It is very complex to find solutions now. It is one of the topics that concern the manufacturers the most, just as certifications of security for products, but the one that I've just mentioned is the main one for us. So when it comes to 5G, there's a series of competences, and as we know more details about the measures that we want to implement, we will collaborate. It cannot be any other way. Beatriz from Ericsson, we already have a total collaboration. One of the things what we have been trying to do with developers is to develop a tool that will allow us to assess the diversification strategies that have to be put into place as soon as possible. This public-private collaboration strategy is supported by Ericsson as well, because they have a global presence. Do you think that such a collaboration is also possible in some other parts of the world? Is it that desirable in other countries as well? So I would say that when I was reading the national strategy for 5G cybersecurity, so that I was very surprised by this document, because I think it's very important that we have a forum with private-public collaboration, so that we can understand better this new way of communication. I was positively surprised, and the first thing that I did was to share this discovery with my colleagues in Europe and in the US, and I discovered that it was the first time that we had a SOC 5G initiative at a global level. All of my colleagues, all of my European colleagues are very interested in assessing how we do it. I think it's a good way to show that we can work this way in kind of anticipating the threats that we are going to face, not just threats, but in use cases. 5G will bring many use cases that we cannot even fathom now, but we have to be prepared for them. So an entity such as this that allows us to share information and listen to each other is crucial. And what is Ericsson doing? We have a global presence. We have many regulations that affect us, and we need to comply with them. But the European strategy for 5G is based on standards that are known for us. So these standards of security for the 5G networks, this allow us to have a solid base and allows us to align ourselves with the regulation. We need to be working together to further develop, but we know that we already have a base.
Efectivamente, la aproximación, yo creo que desde aquí, desde España, estamos dando al proyecto es crear un ecosistema de 5G basado en la confianza, donde los operadores, los suministradores y el regulador compartamos un espacio donde nos sintamos cómodos y donde podemos compartir información sobre amenazas, sobre vulnerabilidades, sobre nuevos riesgos, sobre los casos de uso que están por venir. Dear Kevin, what is the Huawei approach ambition about this project? Because Huawei also support us with not only the 5G Security Operations Center that we are leading, also with the INCIBE project, that is a lab where Huawei especially put a lot of effort and resources on it, and also in the Cyber Command lab, where we have also working with the three manufacturers. So what is your vision and your point of view about the Spanish approach to the 5G security?
As far as I'm concerned, this is not our ambition, I must say. Because the reason why we want to approach this kind of the activity with all our friends and vendors is because we realize that different understanding of for example, the vulnerability management, internal procedure is different. Our evaluation method is different. Our evaluation of the seriousness of the event is different. So that's why we think that it's the time to open the door, that we need to leverage all our experience all together by joining this platform as SOC, the centralized SOC, which, by the way, might be the first one in Spain among the European Union, which is really good approach. As for Huawei, as one vendor of the Europe, we are so support with this kind of approach, because it's really the time to open the door, that we understand with each other about how we manage our vulnerability, because this is by understanding with this, by the similar understanding with this, by similar standards with this, we can really support the idea from the regulator saying that we need to build the defense of the Spain or defense of the European Union. That's the major point.
Okay, thank you. I am very happy to see that we are in the same lane. No tenemos más tiempo. Yo quería terminar este panel, interesante panel, con tres grandes profesionales, con tres grandes empresas a nivel mundial. Como empezó ayer diciendo nuestro queridísimo director general del INCIBE en la apertura de este evento y también nuestro secretario de Estado, que esto es una cuestión de generar confianza. Tenemos que generar confianza en las redes de telecomunicaciones. Tenemos que generar confianza en los usuarios para que utilicen esas redes de telecomunicaciones, en nuestras empresas para que utilicen esos casos de uso, esa conducción autónoma, esas burbujas de 5G. Estamos en los albores de lo que va a ser algo que va a revolucionar el mundo. Les invito cuando regresen a sus casas, si van por carretera o incluso si van por tren, vayan identificando cada 5 o 10 kilómetros las antenas de 5G que son características rectangulares, porque en eso se basa la tecnología, en aproximar el dato, en aproximar la telecomunicación al usuario que esté cerca. Eso nos permitirá una latencia bajísima, nos permitirá altas velocidades y nos permitirá 1 millón de dispositivos conectados. El resto, imaginación, innovación y talento para desarrollar los casos de uso que están por venir. Así que, por favor, un fuerte aplauso para
anticipate use cases that are to come. So I would like to thank again the speakers that have accompanied me now.
Antes de finalizar la sesión de la mañana tenemos otro momento emotivo y muy especial porque vamos a rendirle un sentido
Before finishing, there's something very interesting. We have now with us Santos González Jiménez, who will explain maths at the service of cybersecurity. And it's we want to pay honors to him, but before that, I want to show a video of the rector of the University of Oviedo who sent a few words. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you in this event in which we acknowledge the role of our colleague Santos González. Santos is an essential figure in his scientific role. He's a whole universe. He has the capacity of generating networks with ambience and developing lots of knowledge. I was about to say that we will miss him, but we won't miss him because we will always count on him, and you will always be here encouraging us with your work, with your smile, with your capacity of generating projects. So a big hug and thanks for everything you contributed to the sector.
Para rendir este homenaje pedimos la presencia en
For
el
this
escenario del director general de INCIBE, Félix Barrio.
Words I ask for the Director of INCIBE, Félix Barrios.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. When the organizing committee identified the person that was to receive this award that was constituted a few years ago for the contribution of the development of such an important field, which is cybersecurity in Spain. Everybody said that the best candidate for this recognition was Professor Santos González Jiménez. For us, this is a great show of justice because he's one of the people that did the most for digitalization, for the development of the knowledge development in story of Spain, the history of Spain. He did a great contribution to the development of great technological projects. He was behind, and he was one of those people making possible different projects along his working life, especially at University of Zaragoza, at the University of Oviedo right now, and previously at the University of Salamanca when he started, and in all places where he's been called in Madrid and other regions. And he is one of the fathers of this technological park that has given many of the most interesting success cases in the world, and that was were studied in Asturias. The first time he came to the Institute of Cybersecurity to contribute his experience and start generating culture and knowledge on cybersecurity. He amazed us, not only because of the job he was doing, but also for his generosity he was offering his contribution with. He provided all his means to come and to bring cybersecurity to all the corners in Spain. He was responsible of CyberCamp program. I'm responsible of CyberCamp programs. I have to say that people that are part of all academic fields in Spain are an example of how he managed to achieve his goal with the autonomy and the capacity that we all admire. I consider myself part of his admirers, of his students, of his friends, and his family. Santos, the best thing that you're the best person to represent what is the community of cybersecurity in Spain, and one of our best ambassadors at the world level. I would need a bigger space of time to highlight all his academic success. But I invite you to follow him because he's leading a very interesting project in his role as an emeritus professor, and he will always be part of the history of cybersecurity, and I can only predict more success in his life experience. And I can not forget to mention his human quality, because he came together with his family and his friends who show the warm feelings we have for him. And I want to call him to the stage to hand him this award and this diploma. Santos, I want you to know that this diploma is based on the cover of the Zohar book. The Zohar book is written by a writer in León that was born in the 50s. He was a rabbin, he was mathematics, he's the father of Kabbalistics, and he's one of the authors that relates maths to spirits, to our soul, and to everything that represents human beings. So there is nobody better than you to appear with these golden letters in this reproduction of this cover of the Book of Zohar. You know what it means and better than anybody, and hope that in any of your radio programs you make all the young people aware of the importance of the contribution of big brains of maths, what you've done for the development of cyber security in Spain. Please come up to the stage.
Bueno, me vais a permitir, queridos amigos,
Dear friends,
también compañeros
dear
de
colleagues,
trabajo, hoy echo de menos a nuestra compañera Beatriz, que estaría encantada de
I
estar aquí, pero
miss
que
my
han tenido que
colleague
operarla, está
Beatriz.
todo bien
She
ayer
would
y por eso
have
no puede
loved to be
estar,
here,
pero
but she
de alguna
had
manera
a
está también
surgery
y
yesterday and couldn't
fundamentalmente
attend
todos
this event, but she should be here.
los amigos, ¿no?
And also
Quiero dar
all
las
friends.
gracias por el reconocimiento que hoy me hace INCIBE, que entiendo realmente que es un reconocimiento tanto a
I
Chelo
want to
como al
thank you
grupo de
for this
investigación
recognition.
que me ha
I owe
acompañado
it
en
to
estos
Cello,
años
to the
y que
research
lo
group
sigue
that
haciendo hoy.
has
Ha sido, está
been
siendo una etapa fantástica.
beside
Llevada
me
a cabo
during all
también
this
con
year. It was
INCIBE,
a great
esta estupenda institución que tanto
great
bien hace por
period of time,
todos y
and I
para
want to
todos.
thank INCIBE because this is
La
an
proximidad
institution
de
that
Asturias
it's
con León
really at the service of
hizo,
all of
permitidme
us.
un
The
pequeño
proximity of Asturias
comentario
with
de
León
la
allowed me
historia que
to
hemos
comment
vivido,
on the
que
history
recién
we've
creado
lived.
en 2006,
After
el
its creation
entonces
in
llamado INTECO,
2006,
me llevó
what
a
was called
establecer
the
los primeros
INTECO
lazos de unión con
in those
ellos
years
y a poner a nuestro equipo a su disposición,
allowed
como
me
muy bien
to
contaba el
build the
director
first
general de
links
ENISE.
with
Y
them
desde
and
entonces
to
hasta el día de hoy
offer
vienen los
all
FEDECAMs,
my
vienen los
capacities
ENISES,
to this institution.
vienen
After
el plan
that, we've been
estratégico que ahora
holding the
estamos llevando a
ENISES, we
cabo,
have the strategic
o en cualquier
plan,
otra actividad
and any
que lo
other
necesitara,
initiative.
venimos colaborando
We've been
conjuntamente. Y además,
collaborating with all of them
abriendo
from the
camino
very
a
beginning,
nuestros
and we've
alumnos.
been
Realmente
opening the
nuestra
way for our
obligación,
students, which is
nuestra
our
razón de ser,
obligation. That's our,
en un tema tan
our
importante.
our
Y
target, our
finalmente,
aim.
como abulense,
And
comparto
then
esta decisión con la que en su día
I have
tomó
to
el
share
presidente Suárez
this decision, which is
de ubicar en Ávila
as the
la
Suarez, the
Escuela
President
Nacional de
Suarez
Policía.
did, which is
Cuánta vida
placing
esta
the
escuela da
National
a la
School of
pequeña
Police
ciudad.
placed in Avila.
Gracias
It
a
has provided
cuantos
lots
habéis
of life to
creído que
this
podía
city,
recibir
and the
esta
same happened with
distinción,
ENISE. Thanks to
continuando con la
all
otorgada el
of
pasado año
you who
al general
decided to
Félix
give me
Roldán,
this recognition
director
that
del
was
Centro de Inteligencia
given to the General
Español
Lozan,
Nacional.
director of the National
Recibirla
Intelligence
en el
Center of
ENISE
Spain. Last
tiene
year,
para mí un
he
significado
was
especial,
he
pues
received
confluye
the same
en
recognition.
esta
Receiving it
circunstancia
in
empresa
this
y universidad,
event, it has a
binomio tan
special meaning
importante
because
para el
there's
desarrollo de
the
un país
companies and
y
there's
más en un momento como este.
university,
Vivimos un momento apasionante
everything put
con la
together in
explosión
this specific
de
moment.
nuevas y muy
We
potentes herramientas
attend
de
the
carácter transversal
revolution, the
y en donde
appearance
la
of lots of
ciberseguridad
new
y
modern
la
tools,
inteligencia
where
artificial
in a moment
brillan con
when
luz propia.
AI
Son la
and
esperanza de futuro.
diversity are at the
Y
source
esta
of all
travesía
our hopes for the
tenemos que
future.
hacerla juntos.
And this trip must be
Juntos
done
y
together,
juntos
all
con
together,
INCIBE.
and
Yo
along with
agradezco el
INCIBE.
reconocimiento de mi
I
rector,
want to
pero agradezco
thank
también
our
las palabras
rector
de
for the
Félix Barrio.
recognition, but also
Félix Barrio
I
es
have
un
to thank
auténtico
Felix
líder
Barrio for
al
his words.
frente
He's a
de
real
estos
leader
procesos,
who is
promoviendo cuantas
leading
iniciativas
these
redundan en la
processes,
consecución
all
de
the
los
initiatives that
encomiables
are
objetivos
contributing
que
to the
atesora la
targets
institución
that
y otros
are at the
nuevos,
base of this
siempre
institution,
innovando,
and all
siempre
the
en primera
new
línea
aims,
internacional.
because
Muchas
that's
gracias, querido Félix,
at their
para
core,
mí sí que sois
innovating and
un
working
auténtico ejemplo.
internationally.
Y
Thanks,
todo
Felix,
ello
because
sin olvidar
that's a
que la
real example
educación de
for
los
me.
pequeños
And all of this
a
without
través del
forgetting that
CIBERCAN es de suma
education through
importancia para que
CIVERCAN
nuestros niños y
is
niñas,
essential
para que
for our
nuestros estudiantes,
children
en
and for
definitiva,
our
se manejen
students in
seguros
general
en el ciberespacio.
stay
Y siempre con
safe
una
within
tranquilidad
the
en el seno de las familias
cyberspace
y de
and
los
always
centros educativos.
reassuring their families
Hacía
and
referencia al
their
programa que
educational centers.
tengo
I
todas las
was
semanas en
mentioning
la
in
radio
the program, the program I hold on the radio has been mentioned. It is called Saint Numbers, Santos Numbers. It's a play of words with my name. And I deal with maths and try to open eyes on its applications in today's real world, because that's one of the initiatives that I have. I've mentioned that every week I explain one of the initiatives that have been implemented to use maths for our society and numbers in general. I will advance a story that I will tell next week. We found the highest prime number found, which is made of 41 million figures. And this number is essential for cybersecurity, because the cybersecurity theory is based on numbers. So this is an anecdote I wanted to tell you, because research is really important, and every product has an application on society later on. Another anecdote I wanted to tell is that on these days we are always talking about Nobel Prizes and the prizes, the Princess of Asturias prizes. That's why our rector couldn't come. And I mentioned something which is essential for our kids, which is the management of bits, which is zeros and ones. And logics on the bits is the Boolean logics, which has been created by Boole 150 years ago. Boole, which had a very weak health, died very early, but he had 5 daughters, and in the 5th generation we have Geoffrey Hinton. Geoffrey Hinton is a great scientist who is descendant of Boole, and he has just received the Nobel Prize of Physics. So persons and people have a big importance in their contribution to science, and this is something that has to be highlighted, because nothing is there by hazard. Everything is there because of knowledge of facts, and this and many other anecdotes are told in my radio program every week. I speak on the importance of cybersecurity for our society. This week we'll start courses in Oviedo, Avilés, Gijón, and 3 towns of Asturias. And me and my team, we are in constant commitment with the education in the field of cybersecurity and maths, and the good application of all of this knowledge in enterprises, in health, in economy, and so on, in the legal institutions which are working mainly in these subjects, and creating a safe and practical cyberspace is essential nowadays. From our university, we'll keep working along with INCIBE and trying to help in what we can. And I have to mention the Spanish network of cryptology and safety of information. It was founded 36 years ago, and Professor Antonio Pérez Prada was part of the founders as well, and this institution is also a referential institution, and it's driven by 2 students of our team, Adriana and Maribel. Adriana came to León because she is from Astorga, a small town in León, and the University of León has the chance of having her here in the department of Professor Hermida, who was also a rector of this university. And working in education is aimed at having our children growing in a safe environment. That's our bigger challenge. And thanks all of you. Thanks for coming and being here. And thanks to Felix. And hope we see each other very soon.
Yo creo que concluimos la jornada de mañana y vamos a hacer una foto de familia, por favor, con todo el equipo de Santos y por favor nos
And we want to take a photo of all of you. Can you come up to the stage?
Buenas tardes. Esperamos que hayan tenido una agradable pausa para la comida.
That you had a nice pause. And now we begin the evening session, and we are going to open with the panel Keynote European Space Agency Experience with Cybersecurity Audits. Our speaker will be speaking about the experience of the European Space Agency with severe cybersecurity audits and how to protect an investment of more than 6 billion euros in navigation systems. For this, we have José Ramón Hoz, GNSS Cyber Internal Auditor for the European Space Agency. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank INCIBE for this incredible organization. I've seen a very positive evolution in the last years. I will do my best to tell you what we do at my agency in 20 minutes. And not only what we do, but also what are our main concerns in the European Space Agency when we carry out these cybersecurity audits. It is not a coincidence that I am here today. Today, it is the International Navigation Day. The 23rd of October, the 1023 was the first frequency of navigation, so it is certainly not a coincidence to find me here today. What I am going to explain is how this sector is evolving, this PNT sector. It is a sector that has a relevant impact on society, but there are not that many communications about it. I would like to underline what are our main concerns. What is PNT? It is an acronym that is more and more present in our society. It is position, navigation, and time. So how, when, and how. Positioning allows us to know where we are and how to orient ourselves. Navigation tells us how, where are we, and how to get where we want to go. And the time tells us in which time we find ourselves. So, what does a PNT impact? It has an incredible impact on climate, agriculture, planes, fishing, vehicles, trains, space, on infrastructures. It has a really big impact in almost all sectors. According to the last studies carried out by the European Commission, this is what we can anticipate for the earnings of the PNT sector. The increase is astounding. The earnings that we can anticipate will be present in many sectors, and it is the main market in the space sector. At an economic level, it is very important in Europe, but not only in Europe, it is also very relevant in Asia, in Africa, in the US, in all continents. The forecasts are incredible. It is one of the most rapidly growing sectors. And what are we doing in this sector? We are growing, we are having a very big impact on many other sectors, but what are our main activities? The European Space Agency is an international organization formed by 22 members. And here on the map you can find different countries that are part of the organization. We have 17 million euro per year as a budget. It has an impact on 50,000 million employment, and around 85% of the budget that we have here at our agency is spent within Europe. It's spent within European companies. You have this year's budget. In the Navigation Directorate, I am responsible for the audits in this agency. We have €1 billion budget. It represents 14% of the total budget. The European Space Agency is divided in directorates. One of them is the responsible of the PNT sector. This is where I work. And these are some of the programs that we are creating right now. One of them is EGNOS, whose main goal is to increase the capacities of GPS. We can find it in many airports, in helicopters, in planes. It is the one that allows planes to land in a safe way, and it was the first pan-European navigation system. And now we're trying to develop it further, and we are trying to implement a similar system in Africa. We were the third ones at a global level to implement this system. After them, the Japanese came along, and then us, the Europeans. We have been working with the system for many years. Then we have the Galileo system, which sadly is not as widely known, but it is the most powerful navigation system that we can find today. It is incredibly accurate, up to centimeters, and it is not only global and very accurate, but it can also offer many, many services. It can give regulated public service, commercial service, and service of rescue service. We have started with this particular service in 2019. We left a journalist in the middle of the ocean as an experiment, and within 3 minutes, the control center knew exactly what it was to begin this rescue operation. What used to take several hours now can take 3 minutes. So it is an essential change in the services of rescue. What other systems do we have? We are working in the European Union for all the development of navigation programs, and another important program is NAVIS. We are working with all member countries. We support the service to other programs, and we give support for the other countries in matters of PNT. What else are we doing? We are working in long-term programs that extend up to 2040, such as LEO, PNT, Genesis, Moonlight. Some of these have the collaboration of the Japanese agency, INCIBE. There is a very big program at an international level with other agencies that will allow companies to build infrastructures on the moon. As a matter of fact, we are already preparing the first schemes of these projects, and we will be responsible for the navigation part. We will build satellites, and they'll orbit around the moon. And of course, the idea behind this project is to offer different services, telecommunications, minery. Another very interesting project is LEO PNT. So with GPS, we know in which street we are, and with LEO PNT, we know exactly in what building and where exactly. It is a very ambitious program. We are already making a concept. It has already been hired by Dual Source, and it will complement current navigation services at medium orbit. What is exactly what we do? What are our competences? PNT technology has a lot to do with security and also with connection time, confidentiality. It has many requirements. And we coordinate the different audits with all of the companies we're working with. Our standards are set by the space policies from the European Union, and to create security measures, regulations, rules, trying to follow the international standards. We have our main center, which is in ESTEC. This is our area. And what are the lessons we have learned about the challenges that we are facing in these audits? The first one is planning. How do we plan all of this? The second one is the revision chain, which in our case is very complex, logistics, and also policies. We have been talking more about regulations that for policies. Then we have the standards, and then we have communication. And now I will explain why these topics are so critical for us. Planning for us is complex. 15% of our time goes to planning. We plan with 30 companies, and we work with around 300 companies, but we only directly work with 30. Planning is complex because we have systems, subsystems, elements, and it is really complex because of this. The chain is very difficult. In some cases, we have up to 6 levels, which is almost impossible in some other levels. And we have to plan the audits knowing the competences of every single company. We need tools that allow us to integrate all of this plan so that they are aligned with the goals of our programs and also aligned with the goals of the European Commission, which partially funds us. And other of the problems that we have is logistics. We have infrastructures all over the world in very remote places, such as Kiruna, in Antarctica, in the Mayan Island, in Svalbard, in Guyana, places where auditing and controlling is incredibly complex. I remember in some awareness campaign, we were going to go to Svalbard. Some technicians were given a rifle because there were many bears. In Jetmayen, for example, it takes a really long time to get there, and you can only access it during certain times of the year. We are talking about very complex logistics. Another challenge, we have already been talking about it, that's regulations. There are many regulations. The European Union is leading the regulation in this sector. One of the biggest complexities that we have to face is how the different countries adapt these regulations, in some cases in a very, very different way. So we need to have constant monitoring to see how it evolves and to assess the different adaptations. The following issue is just that we are not only talking about regulations, but also policies. We have many different policies at an European level, at an agency level, at a national level, we are talking about international agreements. It is incredibly complex. And what happens if we are facing a crisis? We have UN initiatives, we have European initiatives, we have specific strategies. We have a new policy from within our agency regarding navigation, and it is very restrictive. It has many requirements. Then we have the new law, the new space law, the new entities that the European Union is going to create in order to control this new space technology. We need to know how these policies are evolving. And we also have InfoSec. And we have to see how it evolves, the critical infrastructures to manage classified information, how to regulate the public initiatives, the topic of certifications, and so on and so forth. So we have a very complex context. More challenges. And this is the following one is a more common one in audits. We have to do social engineering, we have to revise coding, we have a specialized area for this, risk analysis. These are more common situations. We also have international contexts and international standards, but which are the ones to follow? If you follow just one, you have a very partial vision, and if you follow another one, the same thing happens. These are some of the ones that we use as a guide. We have a revisions of control systems from our side. We have the revision of the management systems, and these ones already have an experience behind them, and many companies work with them. And then we have the certification of products, that it's also very complex. The new UC from the European Union, and the new CMC, Space Agency, that we are also incorporating in our systems. Lastly, I would like to speak about communication. Communication is very important for us. We have to communicate the results of our audits. We have to communicate with all of our companies, with the European Union, with the Space Agency, with the member countries. So, communication is a critical topic. We spend a lot of resources on communication. 20% of our time we dedicated to communicating the results of the audits that we carry out. And I would like to conclude with some of the tools that we use for communicating. We need to communicate, and we need to raise awareness, and it is crucial to use tools that allow us to communicate complex matters. And here you have an example of some of the tools that we use for these kind of communications. You can read the comic. These are typical questions that we have to face every day in our agency. Maybe you can recognize some of the people there, but the true thing is that what we try to communicate is the dynamism in the topic of security, of cybersecurity. When it comes to threats analysis, we have to be constantly monitoring, and we see certain lacks at a national level. We have a lack of tools in order to face these challenges. We have a lot of procedures, many guides, but we still need tools and appropriate systems. And this is a problem we have to face every day. Having said this, I hope that the topic I've been talking about was interesting. It has been very complex to reduce everything down to 20 minutes, but I hope you got an accurate idea and that it was also useful for you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, José Ramón. Now I would like to tackle the following panel, which tackles a key topic: experiences and challenges in attracting and retaining cybersecurity talent. In order to discuss this challenge, we have many panelists that are very experienced and professional. And I hope you find it interesting, all of you, not only those who are here, but also those who are following us online. We have Eduvigis Ortiz, founder and president of Women for Cyber Spain, Patricia Tejado, director of Digital Public Services in GMB, Mar López, associate director in Accenture, Damián Ruiz Soriano, CSO of Singular Bank in Cyber Madrid, and as moderator we have Xavier Michelena, CEO of Cybertics Simulation Technologies.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. Sabemos que no es un buen día ni es una buena hora, pero
I know it's maybe not a good day and not a good time, but I think talent is essential for all of us. I know that the title can be a bit provoking, and when we are talking about the difficulties that we have in retaining and attracting talent, actually what I want to talk is about the opportunities that we have to build talent. And I would like to start with a brief summary of the place where we come from. We're talking about cluster in the context of cybersecurity. Our goal is to build talent, build the sector, build capacities, and every one of us has different experiences to tell. And I would like to gain their perspective on how to change this situation, how to improve talent. A couple of years ago, we did a study talking about talent in the context of cybersecurity, and we found the gap. The gap that we expected to see. The experience of having a problem, a talent problem, has become a bigger problem in the last 3 years. From gender perspective, we are trying to include more women as an accelerating element. And here we have Eduvigis who can talk about this, and we can see the effort that women are doing in this sector. But for me, the main thing is to find that after 3 years after this study was released, we are still far away from our goals. Now, we are talking about 5 million people who are not in the environment of cybersecurity. Many companies in this environment say that they do not have the means or the tools to carry out an effective digitalization. And now, apparently, AI will be able to solve this problem. But what is absolutely certain is that we are working our best, and we have to start building. And when we talk about skilling, and we talk about a standard model of how we have to tackle this cybersecurity problem, maybe we need to start defining roadmaps. We need to see who actually is responsible for building safe products and see how we can reunite all the knowledge and the capacities so that we have a clear roadmap that allow us to act in a faster and more efficient way. So I'm going to begin from my left with Mar. She is responsible from the cluster of the region of Andalucía. She has been doing a constant effort, and I'm sure that she'll be able to say what's the key. What's the key for this worsened state in the cybersecurity talent situation? Thank you very much, Xavier. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to all of you who still remain. From the perspective of the cluster, and not just from the cluster, but from the whole experience that I have, there are three factors where I think we have a problem. The most generic way is the fact that the cybersecurity culture is not ingrained in society, and we need society to become more aware. The ones who work in the cybersecurity ecosystem know that we need this culture. The INCIBE, the efforts that many other organizations have carried out, we are aware of it, but the impact that we have on society is very limited. And these conditions, the other things that we are going to talk about, for example, the talent on women. From my own perspective, this was another problem is how the cybersecurity world has opened to another profiles, and we find that in order to work in cybersecurity, you need to be engineer. So we still have a long way. We have particular means of communication. We have the clusters. We have another type of profiles because we have had to adapt ourselves. But there is a very diverse world of profiles that have wanted to hop on the world of cybersecurity, and maybe we have denied them their place. It's not just about technical skills. You have also a soft skill and strategic skill. And the third place is the verticalization in specific sectors. We have seen it in training. Excessively generic training has been a problem as well, and we now realize that we need specialists. For example, specialists that understand the public administration from the defense point of view, the energetic point of view, or the cybersecurity point of view. We're talking about the different directives, and we have a long way because we already have there are generic profiles that still don't exist, and if we're talking about most specific profiles, we still lack them, and this is a necessary thing. So these are three conditions that we have not fulfilled, and I hope that in the future we will be able to recover from this.
I love how optimism is Mar because she's able of being positive always. Patricia, here you're representing the AA of cybersecurity who has been working together with INCIBE for a few years when building the sector, building capacities. What have we done wrong? What about the challenges we had about bringing a clear future for young people and passionate future for young people? Well, it's not true that we did it wrong. We could have done it better, but I want to highlight three main points. First, regarding training. Second, regarding the schedules we have. And third, the assessment of the kind of profiles. Regarding training, I can identify 3 levels: primary school, secondary school, and university. I think that this awakening of this motivation comes from very early ages. When for me it was difficult to explain at school with my kids what was my job because I couldn't understand. It's not within the training schedule. It's not within the curricula. I think there's lots of progress, but there's a big gap still. Then there's a way it is communicated. Talking about cybersecurity, about technologies is complicated. It's difficult to make the kids understand what is it about. So we have to rethink on how to communicate those knowledges and the richness of cybersecurity. We need to be able to communicate the attractive points of this profession. I would really like to write the plot for a series at TV, breaking the stereotypes of this profession, because it's true that there's a lack of knowledge. And then at university, knowledge is really general, and there are also lacks in these generalities. University is very wide. It touches at communication, operational systems, infrastructures, and new talents lack some knowledges and some experience. But I share what Mara mentioned, and it's specialization. If we check at ENISE, the European Skills Framework that has published 12 profiles within the world of cybersecurity, 20 profiles published by ESCO, which are models of all kinds of professional profiles in no matter what kind of studies in Europe. There are lots of specialities and they are increasing. So it's true that from the point of view of university, we have to focus on those specialities that are starting safety in communication, security in 5G, security in infrastructures. So this is something that has to be dealt with. And other points I mentioned, schedules, we must be agile. I've recently read a paper of Harper's Bazaar Review, which was Skilling in the Age of AI, which was talking about the average life of abilities, which is under 5 years currently. In some cases, it's even less than 2 years and a half. And then either we are agile or we cannot predict what's going to happen. We are going to assist to attend to a real gap. And then there's a lack of value given to these profiles. We are training, we are certifying, and this is not widely valued. Well, it's not well paid, and these people lack this recognition. You've mentioned very interesting issues. We'll take them afterwards. Then there's a role of women. Edwige, maybe you can talk about this. You are a lot and you are well prepared. We are always thinking at the short term when we ask for real outcomes on the day after. According to your experience, what do we like to have more women leading and pushing and having a 50-50% quota in the profession? Well, Tavi, thanks. And thanks to the organization of INCIBE, and thanks to this edition. It's already of fate. We are more and more people participating. Hope we have the opportunity of participating for long. I completely agree with Mar, who is also in Andalusia, and she's the Vice President of Women for Cyber. And Patricia is also part of Women for Cyber. And what we want is to to summarize what you said in one single word, and I think that you will all agree that we have to work all together as a community in this word, which is communication, communication and communication. It's important to communicate what we do, how we do it, what's our motivation, the impact we have in real world. Commonly, people do not understand that the impact of my work. That's the aim, sharing why am I working in the world of cybersecurity, and we are all ambassadors of this message. And the media who support us, and INCIBE and all the clusters, and all the institutions at which we work must be coherent and consistent with this message, with our families at school, with professors, with teachers. The world of cybersecurity is it's exciting, and it has a target, which is take care of people, take care of the society, and this is not being well communicated. So we have to work on that. We have to be aware to get the support of the media, to appear in the media, in our own specialist media, and work with the generalist media, so that the message goes direct to society. If parents, teachers, in the news, in TV series, we see that there aren't those stereotypes that we don't belong to a certain profile to work in this world. If we communicate which is the impact of our work, if we are satisfied, if it's full employment sector, if we are more or less well paid, at least, I will concentrate, I will focus on that word, because each of us, we have to think that we have a role as communicators. We have to be ambassadors and communicate what we do, and in this way we will attract talent, and all kind of talent, not only women. We are less, however, we are well represented in this round table, but in the event, you can see it. We have a good representation. We are 32% in Spain, which is better than at global level, but we still need to communicate and take all those layers out of the real message, because they don't let us advance and develop the talent we contribute. Yeah, we've been coherent, and we've said that it's the role of the women that must increase the presence at the mass market. You took a real challenge from the cluster of Madrid. It's a critical institution, and I am sure that in the models of the working groups, the words training, talent, knowledge are at first line. What did we do wrong within all these conversations at which we want to be present? And considering that the results are not bad, what could we do to make them better? Well, maybe the things that we've been doing wrong, we may continue doing them wrongly. So we should consider that we may be relying in the university system too much, and this system arrived a little bit late. There's a lapsus, there's a difference, and the curricula are maybe not as coherent. There's a gap between the demand to which we assist currently. I work at back and I know it, and what we offer. It's really amazing that nobody's checking about the demand to adjust the offer. That's one of the gaps. And then another mistake is letting aside professional training. I think there's a very technical profile, people from ASIR, from networks, from systems, that could be the natural origin of the professionals, and therefore technical training should be approached in now more common on a more common basis, and we should adjust it to the needs of the market. And then there's responsibilities as companies. We should keep working on a mixed models of training together with companies, because we have a social responsibility, and we should be offering training that comes directly from the companies themselves. This could, of course, improve the content of the training, and this should be promoted and supported financially from public sector. And then last but not least, there should be a revision of the way that cybersecurity is taught. Sorry. We disseminate the learning by doing, but there's a certain kind of academicism that is not well received, not welcome, because we are looking for a way of teaching that is cool, that is attractive. So we have to rethink it. That's a good reflection. We are committed to bring solutions on top of the table, and as responsible of the clusters, one of the main targets is to be accelerators and to guide the new profiles into the demands of the market. I am going to give the floor to Patricia, who represents one of the main clusters. Which strategy are you implementing to improve cybersecurity in the environment in different sectors of the market? When you say without cybersecurity, there's no digital future, what's your role and what kind of initiatives you are implementing? Because you have the role of reducing the gap, the traditional gap, but also the challenge of transforming. Well, I will answer this question from the point of view of the AI and from the point of view of companies. From the AEA working groups we have, there's one oriented to training talents and generating talents, and we've been working together with the public administration. Would mention a very interesting project called Talentia, which is at the origin of this ecosystem, and in the core of which we try to build this infrastructure together with companies, administration. From the private point of view, and with my role as a GMV, I would like to give you my view from the point of view of recruiting and from the point of view of retention. From the point of view of recruiting, for us, it's essential to be close to universities, conventions that we sign with lots of universities, for all that has to do with the cooperation with talent, and also when working with R&D projects. We've recently signed a convention with the UPM for a new center where students can develop their projects, they create or build a certain relationship with companies and stay close to the reality and to the market within the university. From the point of view of retention, I wanted to mention some figures. We've done an internal research in which we have assessed the impact of these projects in the mass peak and cyber environments, and we've been talking about talent drain, and we had a withdrawal of around 10%. So we need to implement measures to avoid this. We've mentioned with Damian that in this point where the salaries and professional careers meet, the salaries arrive till the point they arrive, and we cannot give more. So we are playing in the professional career and the motivation within the projects. So for this professional career, it's essential to check the role of intermediate commands, intermediate responsibles, and who need to be closer to junior talents. And then regarding interesting projects, we are a company oriented to technologies in which we like to undertake different projects, and within the R&D, our boss is investing for ideas being transformed or brought to reality, so that they are they can be brought to the market. And then regarding AI, we are developing a platform to evaluate and assess the level of risk of the people living in the company. Within the research we've done, we've checked that the bigger abandon rate appear in the earlier stages with the younger professionals. So we've implemented measures instead of waiting for an assessment in these profiles after 12 months. So we have shortened it to 6. We will be assessing their impact after 6 months after joining the market. So this is one of the measures that have been implemented. We should find measures and policies so that we can analyze the impact later on. Beyond the people with your profile, when we find a new organizations, the CFO, the CPO, the CSO, how are you focusing the concept of attraction to the feminine sector, to women, towards this profession? We work in what we call the virtuous circle, and within the mentoring program we communicate so that what we do is visibilized, and we show, we give visibility to the women that are references within the sector. Because if people realize that we have recognition, that we are satisfied with our careers in our profession, we inspire other women. And once they are inspired, they want to be trained. And once they are trained, they join the labor market. And once they are in the labor market, we put them together within the mentoring system, and we match them with a mentor. We have mentors and mentees with different profiles, with a low rate of experience, so that we can close that virtuous circle. And once they start working within the world of cybersecurity and their careers are accelerated, we help them become references and models for the sector, and at the same time they become mentors for the next generation, for new women coming from other sectors. This is leading us or driving us through the good way. We are more and more couples within the mentoring program. There are more people cooperating. This year we had 25 mentors that didn't have a mentee, and they were willing to help other people. So next year we will maybe have more people in our project. At the end, it's about having the necessary actions to fit this virtual circle to develop the profession, the career of people within the sector. Then we have the Startup School, which is another project in which we identify and we help women leading projects within cybersecurity, and we help them find the funding, the mentors, and system that helps them work in their project. What we do is to work in a comprehensive way with all community, with our colleagues, with the youngest and those coming from other sectors, so that we can show that cybersecurity has a place for all of us. Damián, Cibermadrid, you have lots of experience in the sector, so maybe you can explain what you need. In Spain, we have 150 masters in Spain, lots of contents, but when you look for a profile, it's difficult to find the exact one. It's difficult to find the appropriate profile and appropriate person. What are the challenges needed to provide the final client or the final user with that acceleration needed? Well, lots of subjects have been mentioned, and then it's important to activate them. The classification in different subjects is important. I use the term fatigue. It's important to specialize, but we accumulate fatigue throughout the year. For example, we've organized a day on the cybersecurity with a masterclass with a specific course. And we did this training day, and the masterclass was conducted with the #1 at the European level, 8 hours, 8 intensive hours. It was very specialized people responsible of fraud at entities in retail, in banking, and the idea is to have this action together with a specialized training program. We've been complaining about the educational programs, and in that field, we are working with initiatives to improve the content of trainings. For example, investment in cybersecurity for young people who are at the limit, at risk of social exclusion. So let's think what we can do with them. Then we talk about training, and we never think of older people. We think of young people and training people, and we need to train the managers and intermediate executives, and we are dealing with that. This is a very successful program. Then we question the explicative and training model and its limits. So we are exploring new resources, for example, applying the typical model of business schools to our field, and also incorporating the cinema and audio visuals, a kind of TV series on the subject of cybersecurity, so that they are meant to support the case method. Mark, you're a young cluster, and I'm sure you will soon be, well, you are already one of the new Red Tech. You work in the new Argos together with Castilla and León, and you have two verticals where you are different. How are you building that model? Because it's not simple, but it's a challenge, a common challenge to all of us. Well, I have to say that I'm really fortunate, because listening to all the experts gives me the opportunity of making the puzzle and having an outcome, putting together what you know and what you all are contributing. I will take advantage of knowledge, which is what sometimes we don't do. Our cluster is very young. We've been working for a month only, but we've already do a certain progress. We've created the Civil Leader Women Forum in Andalusia, which is part of Women for Cyber, And the idea is to have all the things that happen in Madrid disseminated to all the Spanish territory. Andalusia, with this cluster, has access to all of this. In Andalusia, we have very strong clusters in different strategical sectors, such as the aerospatial field, in railway transportation, and in some others. Then the idea is to approach professional women, to talk to them, and sometimes they don't know about cybersecurity, but we are there to inform them. We've created an union with all of the clusters to share knowledge. We provide knowledges on cybersecurity, and they provide knowledges in other fields. We have also the support of the university. As you may know, University of Malaga has already launched a university degree on AI and cybersecurity. This is an important challenge for the university. It meant fighting against all the complexities of universities and public higher education. And then there's a professional and technical training and the recognition throughout work experience. Sometimes we have the certificates of professionality. We have to keep working on IT security. Then there are other initiatives for women. We have Cyber Girls, we have Talent Girls in Andalusia. We are creating a very interesting ecosystem, especially in Malaga, because this new collaboration of companies and the bet for cybersecurity has helped us. So with a little bit of impulse, and with the smart cities, the big tech, and cybersecurity in the field of health, with all of that put together, we can gain maturity, and we will take advantage of each other to learn and to progress. If you want to do something, you will be able to do it, because collaborating, we will find the way to do that. As we only have a few minutes left, we know that it's important to work in an homogeneous model, and one of the challenges is homogenizing the creation of knowledge and the transformation of skills, and we are thinking of the design and the manufacturing of services. We need to work with a minimum knowledge of security to work in the correct way from the very beginning. And then we need to think on the new way to transform. We talk about AI, and we know very little from the AI. We talk about quantum, and we don't know a lot about quantum. So we need to get to know these terms in depth, and we need to create training courses for that. And what should we do, and what should we ask from the public training, public academic institutions to have good training for professionals? Maybe we should think of and start from the definition and concepts. Damian said it really as it is. We need to listen to the demand, listen to what the private sector needs and what the public administration needs as well. So we need to match the real world, what we are attending to, and what we are demanding from the point of view of the clusters, to give an offer that matches it. I will sum it up in two words: agility. We need to be agile. And then, regarding universities, we need to have a focus, check what's necessary, and then there's collaboration. there is a lack of people trained in these technologies, and that's why we are here, the clusters, associations, private companies, so cooperation, public-private cooperation. You have 45 seconds only. A few words. One, collaboration. Two, communication. Third, investment. And fourth, perseverance. We need to be consistent, and we need to keep going and not leave anything in our way. I would say that we need to come back to the cluster to get to know the offer and the demand, to be more agile in designing programs and in remodeling the training programs. And we should be flexible. We shouldn't be afraid of change. And I have an example. If to analyze the malware, you need a professor. It's complicated. So we need to check the request of the universities, which are sometimes really vertical. So flexibility, cooperation, and having us as collaborators, as partners. Thanks a lot. We've started talking about challenges, then we finished talking about opportunities. We are going to work together to build our future. We are going to be humble when deciding on what we know and what we need to learn. And we are at a transforming moment, and we have the responsibility of doing it properly. So we have to work all together and work in the same direction, so that next year, when statistics are published, we'll have nice figures to present. Thanks to all of you. It was a pleasure for me.
Thank to everyone. We'll continue with the program with the following panel: Technological Risk Analysis in Corporate Governance Bodies. For this, we have some excellent panelists. We have Elena Maestre, partner responsible for cybersecurity services in EY Spain; Javier Santos, CEO of Santa Lucía; Marta Cañas, Data Protection Officer; and Javier Julieta, President of the Cybersecurity Commission of ANTIC, as a moderator. So, good evening to everyone. Thanks for staying here with us. Thanks for you who are connecting online. We are the last ones, but not because of that the least important. I have an iPad, non-hackable iPad, which is covered in my company's logos. I have the honor of moderating this panel with excellent professionals. We're going to talk about technological risk analysis in corporate governance bodies. We would like to do a reinterpretation of this title. We would like to revise these claims, these requirements that CISOs have been talking about for the last 20 years. And many of them are still valid today. They have to speak the language of the business, and we could refer to it as a governance body. And apparently, CISOs cannot speak this language. And we also need to quantify cybersecurity in economic terms. Investment return is already outdated. They are also required to elevate a technological discourse. And not only do they have to elevate it, they have to transcend it. So, summing up, we have to elevate their sensibility. I've referred to the World Economic Forum. They released a report for last year, and they drew three conclusions. 95% of executives considers that cyber resilience is integrated in the strategy of corporate risk analysis. Business language, if it employs cyber resilience, it's a good thing. More than 56% of CISOs has meetings with business any times per month. And we can see that they have meetings, at least they do have meetings, because some time ago this was something unthinkable. And the last one, even the members of the board seem more aware than ever, but when asked about cybersecurity, they do not link it with risk. So actually, it seems as if we were more aware, but in reality, not so much. I am going to ask my colleagues three main questions, and I am going to start with Lena, and then with Javier, and then with Marta. Elena, partner responsible for cybersecurity services for EY. To which extent do you think that the board of directors of companies is aware of the cybersecurity risks they have to face? First of all, good evening to everyone. Thanks for the organization for inviting me, and thanks to the rest of colleagues to allow me to be here today. In general terms, I'd say that what I see is that the board of directors is not enough aware of the many aspects of cybersecurity. But I would like to nuance this, because what we understand under the board of directors? Is there an executive body that is much more closer to cybersecurity aspects? But in many cases, cybersecurity aspects, they do not come in close contact with them that often. Is it a communication between them and the responsibles for cybersecurity? Many times we need intermediate partners, and sometimes they are not completely independent to talk about these cybersecurity issues. Also, we have the administrative board, and they are very far away from the cybersecurity aspects. And we can see this very well in the way that they are set. In most administrative boards, there isn't a commission for everything, but for technology. And we do need these commissions to assess different technological risks, also encompassing cybersecurity risks. Most of the time, they are profiles in which their main asset is their experience, but they are very far away from the knowledge of cybersecurity in order to understand what cybersecurity even means. But I think this is a good summary of the sector. I not only want to do some external criticism towards those who are not professionals in cybersecurity, I would also like to say that sometimes the cybersecurity aspects need to be handled from the perspective of risk management in a more methodological, controlled way, so that they can have a continuous transcendence. And in order to achieve this, we need to build an exact cybersecurity plan away from everyday management. I think administrative boards need to incorporate this, and from the cybersecurity responsibles, they need to work their discourse. Javier Santos. He is Group Chief Information Security Officer for Santa Lucia. I want them to speak from their own experience. And for example, Javier, I'd like to know how your organization tackles this communication with the governance bodies. First of all, I want to apologize for my voice. I think the crucial aspect is being able to connect with the needs of the administrative board. I think the aspect of cybersecurity is a need that we have to communicate with them. It has a great impact on any company, but we have to assess the level of perfectionism that the administrative board has. It is already hard to manage an organization and to make it profitable and to make it an enduring business. This is hard enough for us to add this another worry, this another concern about cybersecurity. So what we have been trying is to assess which kind of message, which kind of communication methods are the best in order for us to communicate with the administrative board. We are talking about a regulatory context, and they are used to talking about operational risks. This is a language they understand because they are used to talking about this. So we try to adapt this problematic about cybersecurity in order to bring it closer to them. What scenarios do we have? What kind of impacts do we have to reproduce? It is very typical in other sectors to do stress tests when it comes to socioeconomic concerns, and we have to set up threat scenarios. If we translate these concerns into relatable scenarios, this could be more useful, and in a way we translate them in a language that these administrative board can understand. We have to transmit how exposed we are, how safe we are. This is a major language with a very specific scenario in mind. A scenario of data breach, of malware. These scenarios allow us to articulate a particular interest so that we can establish mechanisms that allow us to communicate our concerns and how this administrative board can communicate with the organization in order for them to be more mature and more aware of cybersecurity threats. We tackle these, well, we think the most efficient way of tackling this is to create a transmitting vehicle between the business language, the language that we have to transmit to the board so that they can take a decision. How we have been working on this language, of bringing our language closer, because control bodies are not used to talking about certain bodies, and they have to include this language in their own language. And they have to understand that cybersecurity is not something that is a momentarily concern, but a daily one. And I would like to talk about this management of concerns. Sometimes, are we aware? No, we are concerned. When you are aware, is that you have a certain proactive disposition, you know? But when we are concerned, we are reactive. When we can make them aware, we can make them be proactive, and so that they know that their decisions have a certain impact. Thank you very much, Javier. Marta Cañas, the protection officer for Iberia. She has a valuable experience in her day-to-day, in daily life. In the case of Iberia, how do risks affect the governance model in your company? Are they more independent? Are they more centralized? So in our case, just like my colleagues have commented, the first thing is to try to get closer to the business from a privacy by design perspective. And we have to understand very well the needs that they have. And from there, trying to escalate. The previous way of escalating was to go to the administrative board and tell them a certain detail that does not concern them in the way that maybe does concern me, but does concern a cybersecurity responsible. We have to do all of these, take into account the business. If we get closer to the business, if we manage to understand risks regarding privacy, from there, we manage to get to the different committees. These are the risks of privacy, the privacy risks in different initiatives, projects, strategies within your direction. Then the message would escalate, and it would get to a directive committee. And at that point, it's just a detail transmitted to the directive board. But then we need to work on the message that we give to the advisors, because the advisors gets to a different level. They are not the worries. The worries that they have might not be the same. So when we are trying to report to an administrative board, they will ask me about sanctions. And in the way which we do things from below and then upwards, we can explain then the risk about a data breach, not only at a technological level. There's an X risk. We have to see how to mitigate this. If we escalate this to the directive committee, we see that the message would flow and would have a bigger impact than simply doing a direct approach to one council. So there's a difference between the directive board and the council, and once there, we can get the message to spread between the different committees. So in most cases, the level of report that you have in a council is not the same as in a board. You might get to a council twice a year, but in a directive committee, it's easier to approach them. You have said this very, very clear, and you've made it very easy for me to jump onto the next question. So, Elena, what mechanisms can help the CISOs to raise the awareness? So I can follow what Marta was saying, because as a matter of fact, the directive committees and the executive bodies don't have anything to do with the functions that an administrative board has. And I can see that sometimes we can get confused. And one of the topics that can support is regulation. All of us have great ideas, but to put them into practice is more difficult, and that's why we need regulation. And this regulation can make this process more dynamic. But the importance of elevating cybersecurity to the higher directives, the regulation has to clarify who is responsible for what. There are some directives that we will be able to see and who focus on the administrative board. I think we can't be scary towards them. We have to remind administrative board what their function is, but it is something different to tell them that they will have to assume a responsibility that actually an advisor cannot assume. So we need to have fixed responsibilities and functions, always with care. Another basic matter is training in this sector. As Marta was saying, the executive team is closer to these questions, confronts it more often, but advisors and the administrative board is very far away from it. And nowadays, with all the incidents that we are having, all the sanctioning problems or the regulatory problems, all the emerging technologies that we have seen, I think that we need to explain the administrative board that managing these risks is also its responsibility as a supervising body, as a body that supervises the other committees. So this training is very important. If you ask me, I would tell you that regulators just as they know that in an administrative board there need to be risk commission. I think that in certain sectors, in companies of a certain size, it would be crucial to have not really a cybersecurity commission. I want to be more careful. I would say a technology commission that can identify exactly what we're talking about. We're saying that our organizations are data. We have naming commissions, but we do not have a technology commission. That surprises me very much. So I would like these regulators to modify this matter. And when we're talking about the different cybersecurity areas, the mechanism that my colleagues were introducing with their examples, how to work with all the information, the administrative board has a risk management commission, and we need to get to them with similar topics and with topics similar to the ones that they usually face. We cannot be too innovative, and we need to get along with them in the process. This is a clear. You have a clear idea. A technology commission. Very few have them. So thank you. You are also talking about regulation, because it's something that needs to be talked about. You have already talked about this, but in your particular cases, Javier, in which case is the regulation in sector influencing the risk management in your organization? So as in my particular sector, it is a very regulated sector. But in the last years, we have seen that there's a bigger pressure in regulation regarding problems, regarding cybercrime, and how to manage our responsibility, because we are a reference sector. In our particular case, DORA, the directive of operational resilience, is a regulation. It will come into force in the 17th January next year. It will allow us to go beyond implementing regulation that would allow to generate collaboration dynamics, because it is a transversal regulation because it identifies internal needs. It also talks about relationship with third parties. It organizes the whole ecosystem, and it has allowed us to transcend. It has allowed us to make the awareness about these issues to transcend. And it also allows us to accelerate some other aspects. If the user, the final user, doesn't really have a vision of how he's participating, in this case, the regulation supports us because we are talking about particular processes that we need to capture, and exposes the fact that the whole organization is just a single entity when it comes to matters such as cyber resilience. And this discusses the concept of traditional cybersecurity is implemented in a more effective way. But it also has a resistance because regulation calls for a bigger tools of control. But in a properly implemented way, it also causes the company to mature and to give better answers. So the regulation in our sector allows us to accelerate certain aspects, and we need to adapt those to the reality of different companies in different sectors. So we need to see how these regulations affects every different sector. Even if it's a big workload, if we have more of a global perspective, it does allow us to gain support from tools that can make us gain better perspective in order for us to allow cybersecurity to grow. So I think you're talking about systematization and regulation processes in your sector and your company. How does this systematization impact? It causes certain areas to implement better practices. It's an added value. So it is a discourse that will transcend, but I can see a clear difference from 4 years ago until now. In your case, Marta, I can imagine that the regulation is also a pressure for you, isn't it? So how do you face this pressure at a Spanish and European level? I have the feeling that when we have a new regulation, when we are about to get a new regulation, when will we have to comply with it? We need to adapt, we need to revise, we need to see how it affects us. But all of this is important, but in this analysis of new regulation or a new directive or guides or European guidelines, we need to stop and analyze and see the synergies that it may have with other regulations that we have already adopted. In the case of 2018, the regulation on data protection was already fulfilled. It was a really deep change in this area, because before that it was just about contracts, it was about certain articles. Also, it appeared in our organic laws, but from then on, we had to analyze risks. We need to see proactively how to mitigate these risks. And now, on the 2nd of August, we got the regulation on artificial intelligence. So instead of panicking, saying, let's see what we have to do, we need to sit down and assess which areas need to be are affected and what synergies we have with other already implemented regulation. For example, the regulation on AI is very similar to the regulation on data protection. So we can benefit from this synergy when it comes to implementing certain questions implied in this regulation. And they are open to interpretation, and the different areas do change. And the risk analysis for artificial intelligence, we need to have a catalog for risks and procedures regarding these privacy by design. So we need to take as an example these other regulations that are already implemented in the organization in order to foster a correct implementation of this new regulation. This way we'll get an efficient and more simple implementation. In the last times, what we are seeing is that all the regulations have the same goal, risk analysis and mitigation. So what you're saying is that things such as the GDPR, now we get the AI Act, and you see that there are many similar aspects. And we can see that is, so to speak, same dog, different color. And we can see that in certain segments of the sector, we can see that the core of the regulation is the same. I have the feeling we are getting to an end. I think that we are on time. We all have this tendency to speak more than we should, but just to finish, I would like you to launch a last message. So I think technology commissions and technological risks assessment. I think adaptation capacity to the messages of the administrative board. I think from my side, assess what already works in the company to adapt ourselves to regulatory pressure. So we've already seen and heard the knowledge and the experience. I would like to thank them for their knowledge.
2 minutos dará comienzo la ceremonia de clausura de 18 ENISE. Gracias.
así, sin más y sin menos, llegamos al final de esta 18ª edición de ENISE. Han sido 2 días intensos, llenos de conocimiento, de intercambio de ideas y una colaboración que reafirma, sin duda, la importancia de seguir trabajando juntos por un mundo digital más
We've
seguro.
reached the
Vamos a
end of
hacer un
this
repaso
edition
con un
and
vídeo a lo que hemos
giving
vivido aquí
an
durante
impulse to
estos
the
2
idea
días.
of keeping working together, all together. Let's check what we've been listening to and doing to these 2 days.
Y ahora sí llegamos al fin de fiesta, no sin
And
antes
now we
agradeceros
come
a todos
to
su
the end
presencia aquí
of
en el
our
Palacio de
event,
Congresos
but we
de León
want
y a
to
los que nos
thank
han
you
seguido
for
por
your
streaming.
attendance
Queremos dar
here
las
in
gracias
the
a todas las personas
conference
que han hecho posible
facilities of
la
Leon.
18ª
Thanks to
edición de
all
ENISE,
of the
mis
attendees
compañeros de la
and for those
casa,
who
a
joined
las empresas que
in
colaboran
the
con nosotros para
streaming.
que esto sea
Thanks to
posible
the
y a las
organizations,
empresas que
thanks to
están
the
con
companies
nosotros
that
en esta
cooperate
edición
with
y, por
us, to
supuesto, a
all
todos
our
los
partners,
asistentes.
and
De
to all
corazón,
the
les doy
attendees.
las
Once
gracias por
again,
haberme permitido
thanks
acompañarles
for
durante estos 2
allowing
días.
me
Para mí ha
to
sido un
guide you
honor
through this event and during the
acompañarles y
last
estar
2
con
days. It
ustedes. Y
was
para
an
cerrar el
honor
acto doy
to
paso al director
be
general de
here with
INCIBE,
you.
Félix Barrio.
And I give the floor to the General Director of INCIBE, Félix Barrios.
Muchas
Thanks a lot, Maria Eugenia, and congratulations. Thanks to all who stayed until the last minute with the necessary oxygen to say goodbye to this 18th edition of ENISE. We have assessed the level of excitement in this sector in which we want to accelerate the progress together with companies, professionals, and also with the most vulnerable collectives. We're asking for more reliable technologies. Last year, we had 4 people, we lacked 4 people to close the 6,000 attendees, and this year we've overcome that figure, and thanks to that fact, we can be proud of being the big European event because you will all agree with me that it is a huge event. And cybersecurity, these kind of events are really relevant for our economy, for our market, thanks to the companies, to the 173 men and women that have shared with us workshops, talks in 20 different training places, to the digital service suppliers, to all those who contribute to our social and economic life, to all the companies that were present at the stands, showing your entrepreneurship, and you have highlighted how important it is to have an innovative business tissue in Spain. We had more than 64 million euros investment. We could attract projects attracting more than 45 millions of next generation funds within the recovery plan. And we've had more than 130 bilateral meetings in the matchmaking space. It has increased in 30% compared to last year. So we can be proud of the job we did. And thanks for all those who came to León for this exhibition, which is stronger than ever. Citizenship can rely on us because we are working for them. Thanks a lot, and we'll wait for you in next edition of ENISE, which will again be really special. Congratulations to all of you.